morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of the Nightmare Hunter here on Monday night on the NDB Media Network. Want to welcome everyone. We have a wonderful setup. Sorry, I got a little nauseated there for a moment, but it's all good in the hood, so they say. We're already inundated with likes, but I want to bring everyone aboard. That is Dreem over there.
Howdy
And
doody.
he is live in the studio. Hey, Dreem, you want to give me the ID I see through the back of my screen? Oh, there he is. Look, Dreem's right there.
We have a dream sighting, a confirmed dream sighting.
Oh, and the
Only in
roof
profile.
is on its way in. Look at
A
that.
little
Oh,
blurry.
look at that. Yeah, look there. There we go. Anyway, that's Dreem over there. He's in studio. We're going to talk about all the likes and all the comments. Want to
Dream
welcome
Squatch.
everyone. It definitely is the Dream Squatch. We have All Tower Media already giving us a little bit of love. We're terribly excited. And folks, we're going to get this going. Joining us as co-hosts today, the man of the hour down there, of course, is Nick Valente. Good evening, Nick.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Good evening.
And down over there in that corner, that's the reason why we're all here. That is D.A. Roberts of the D.A. Verse. So, gentlemen, we're not even 6 minutes in. Or no, hell, we're not even a minute in. And we already have 6 likes. I want to give Roger, my tocayo, Josh Jones, All Tower Media, Adam Shepard, Robert Miller. Wow.
Robert Miller,
Oh.
I'm glad to hear you're listening.
Yes, Miller. Oh, yeah. Oh, are we drinking already?
Oh, yeah.
You got 6 likes. Of course you are.
I'm not taking a Oh,
I took a big one.
for all. Did you really?
That burnt really good.
Roger's
Smooth.
gonna need a refill.
I might if I take another one like that.
I got you. Right now, Roger and I are drinking a 15-year Dalmore. And just in case we finish that bottle, I've got a Glenlivet
I
15-year
think I'm already finished.
ready to go. And just in case we finish that bottle, I've got a Macallan Classic Cut ready to
Dude.
go.
Dude, that is for you to take home.
Oh, I'm going to take it home all right.
Oh,
In my-
In his kidneys.
In my kidneys. Now,
hold on. Aurelio is just here to make sure that you guys get drunk, all of us. Aurelio, sorry, pal. I think we're already way ahead of that one.
Salud.
Salute. Oh, so all kidding aside, folks. Robert, he arranged for, he surprised Dreem and I, and I want to thank him. He did get us these. And
canteen cups.
Canteen
Amazing.
cups. Yes, they are. And I swore not to touch Dreams until he got here. So now I can admit, Dreem, I didn't do anything to him.
Nice.
Oh,
And
they're
I'm going to
there.
be taking this home with me, getting it all cleaned out, and I'll be using it on the next show.
There's not even a fingerprint on it, DA or Dreem, whoever the hell you are. Yeah, Dreem. There we go. And it's
He's
absolutely
going to
awesome.
need more whiskey for sure.
But we got another something.
Sounds good to me.
Sergio Lomelli, awesome. Oh, and Aurelio also gave us some likes, so we're really doing well. Oh shit! I gotta take another hit. Oh.
Now he's going to know how I felt on the very first episode.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for the slip of that tongue right now. We are live on 99.9 LKLR, Low Key Radio, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the Central Valley, so in California. And I'm sure Sergio will be able to enlighten us as to where in the Central Valley we are.
And
But
we
hey.
apologize in advance.
Well, Robert Miller, we do want to say thank you again for the canteen cups. And
Among
we're
other
gonna-
items as well.
among other items in the card, and for just your attention. But we did pick you up a little something for you to enjoy. So we wanted to share with you on air what we got, and we're gonna need your address to send it to you. So if you haven't sent it to DA yet, make sure you send it to us.
Or you can send it to me.
I haven't asked him for it yet.
Oh, there
Yeah.
you
He
go.
hadn't answered me.
Lake Isabella, California on 99.9 LR Low Key Radio, ladies and gentlemen. Lake Isabella. Thank you for listening to us. Folks, if you want to go ahead and find us, check us out over on the Nightmare Hunter on Facebook. You can find us on NDB Media. We're also on YouTube, Twitch. We're actually, for lack of a better word, all over the place. So we want to thank you for joining us. We're looking forward to a wonderful evening. We've got a lot of stuff planned for tonight. General Dalton, thank you for joining us. Folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. All kidding aside, I want to get us going before Dreem. No, Dreem. Share with Mr. Miller why he needs to send his address to DA or to myself.
Got another love, guys.
Oh, we did.
The
We
general.
got another love. All right.
Oh, yeah, we did. Thank you, Josh.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be going through that bottle.
Yeah,
'Cause
we'll
it's
see.
early. Well, Mr. Miller, I know you are a fan of Bushmills because you have mentioned drinking Bushmills Black Label before. So we decided to pick you up a nice Bushmills single malt, 16-year-old rare whiskey, and we hope you will enjoy this when you think of us and watch the next show.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Miller, just let us have the because we have a return address in the box, but it looks to be like a business. If we could send it there, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to do so. But
He's a male gigolo. Just send it to the gigolo address.
I was going to say, I ain't drinking that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this one. But, folks, want to remind you, we are on 99.9 LKLR, Low Key Radio, Lake Isabella, California. Wow. So, May 24, 2021, we've got quite a few people. Of course, Aurelio, Josh, Sergio, and Joshua Dalton, the general. Dreem got me this beautiful Yankee jersey. For those of you that know and don't know, that's Bernie Williams, or the year I was last year, whichever.
You know, the Yankees haven't really given up a run in God knows how many games now.
Yes,
5 or
as a matter of
6.
fact,
Wiping out the White Sox, no less. I mean, woo.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, in a little bit of baseball trivia, the last 5 starts sans today, the Yankees starters had not given up a run in 5 days. So that hasn't been done since like 1933, which is crazy. Old school prison uniform, Roger. Sure. It's all right. I'll take it.
Josh Jones says it would look better in green and gold. Just saying.
You mean the Green Bay Packers?
Order. Yeah.
All right. Well, fair enough. Look, I got to start writing everyone's name down before I lose track of everyone who's given us a like today.
Or loses the ability to write.
Are you questioning?
You're just gonna see him staring down.
So Roger Peacock was the first one, my tocayo, and I'll start writing them down without saying their names.
You'll just see him light it up and take a picture.
Oh,
This
we
is
got
strong
Josh
stuff,
Jones.
guys. This is strong stuff.
It is a beautiful thing. I will tell you that.
15-year-old Dalmore. I bet that is smooth.
It is so smooth. So smooth. That's why I don't know why Roger's making faces.
Roger, is that okay for you to have? I mean, is that going to hydrate you?
There's no caffeine in it. He's good.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to feed him a lot of water after. It's okay.
You're going to feed me a lot of water?
Intravenously. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, no, Josh.
No.
Has it gone away?
You know what we're going to need? We're going to need Josh to come on live so he can do the truffle shuffle for us.
I heard about that. What happened?
So Josh was doing a stream on All Tower Media, and he made a comment about if he gets so many stars, he is going to do the truffle shuffle. And me, not missing a beat, decided, oh yeah, I'm going to make him do this shit. So I sent over the appropriate number of stars, and he was. We need to have words.
Well, let's
Well,
have them.
I
Truffle
need,
shuffle, truffle shuffle,
yeah.
truffle shuffle.
And the best part is he had just gotten finished with telling everybody his mom had just called and said sometimes she likes to watch the streams and watch the shows. So I'm hoping his mom got to see him do the truffle shuffle. Hashtag truffle shuffle. I'm at work. Oh, I
Even
love it.
better.
So can everybody here at your place of employment you got to do the truffle shuffle live? No fat dance today. Oh,
Oh,
that's
Oh,
funny though.
I have yet to dance. I am down to 238 pounds. That means I've lost
woo!
between 11 and 12 pounds in like 8 days. That's what stress does. So, shit, 8 pounds. That deserves a sip.
That deserves a yeah.
Oh,
Shit.
wait, 10 pounds. Shit, I better be able to do the math.
Weren't you 246 at one point?
I was 248,
Oh,
and now I'm down to 238. So I'm
damn.
doing much better. And
Can't you call
that's
some-
really the most I've ever been in my life.
Can't you call somebody back there and have them bring you a 64 ounce of water thing or something?
Oh, we have water back here.
Oh,
Yeah, we do. Hey, oh, look, there's Dreem. He's in the seam.
he's in the green seam. Look at
Actually, that could be the temporal rift. Ooh, I probably brought Star Trek into it.
that. A portal.
Yes, a portal into another space, time, and dimension. So, hey, look, do you guys see the cabinets right there? The brown cabinets?
Yeah.
There, right there. See? And they're to the left of Dreem. And if you look, there's the white printer and the blue bag. Oh, that's Dreem's nighty night bag. There, look, right over there to the two. No, your other side.
The other side. The other side. No. Raise your
And,
left.
and I'm the one that's had too much to drink. Lift. There you go.
There's the
Hey,
blue thing.
show
The
us
blue-
that. Yeah, there. Show us that porn. I mean, your tattoos, Dreem.
Oh, you guys have seen these before.
I don't know.
There's a hummingbird right there.
Hummer.
Hummingbird.
Mm.
Oh.
When you get to about 60, it's going to look like a pterodactyl.
And
Oh.
I'll be able to make it fly. And I have a tiger on the inside for my oldest daughter.
Oh,
So this
cool.
is the youngest daughter. That's the oldest daughter. And then the next one coming is going to be a dragon around the edge to complete the
Harry
sleeve.
Potter.
Dream,
Yeah.
I have a tiger here and a dragon here. Shit.
Nice.
They'll be matching.
Hey. Oh my goodness.
my goodness. Oh. Yes, there it is, Dreem. Wow.
Hi, Chloe.
As
Thanks
a
for
matter of fact,
watching.
his younger daughter. So I'm the middle daughter. So okay. It's
We're gonna get your dragon on soon enough.
the family is watching. All right,
Yep.
fair enough.
Yes, but
So-
they're laughing at Roger.
And I am not doing the truffle shuffle at all. You're the ones that started that nonsense. So I will be happy to make you do the truffle shuffle as many times as possible.
Nothing changes the fact that she already did the truffle shuffle.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my goodness. I'm getting the whole family saying hi.
This is absolutely awesome.
Hi,
Dream.
guys.
They miss you.
Yes. Cheers to the family.
Oh no, I'm taking a legitimate cheers. Cheers to the Whitneys. Yes, there it is.
Let me refresh, and I will definitely join. Roger, you let me know when you're ready for more.
Oh, there's more?
We've
Ugh.
already made a pretty sizable dent in this bottle.
Don't worry, little brother. There are more.
More? Did you say more?
Oh, we're getting some likes. Let me see. Ronan Barron, thank you.
Thank you, Ronan.
Oh man. Hi Ronan. Gotta take another sip.
Cheers.
It's done with love.
Yes, but you've got the 15-year-old Dalmore, so stop complaining.
I told both
Yeah, there's no burn. It's so smooth. It's ridiculous.
I told DA and Dreem that the material that they have here, my tongue, it just doesn't get it. It's like pearls to swine, folks.
We definitely have enough liquor to go through quite a few bottles. So keep the likes coming.
Oh man, we're up to 10.
Sounds good to me.
Joseph Cautili. Thank you. Hey, folks, all kidding aside, if you guys would let us know where you are and where you hail from, kind of cool. We know we have a worldwide audience, and it's kind of neat in our growing community seeing where everyone is at. So if you guys would give us a shot, that would really be nice.
Feel free to drink with us too if your heart so desires.
Yeah, folks, seriously, we're at home. We're kicking back. We're going to be talking about cryptids tonight. It's a big old party. I actually have the first joke of the night. I hope you guys like this one. So I'm going to get it going in just a moment. Oh, Joseph is in Philadelphia. So here we
Also
go.
an author.
Here is the first one. A Texas farmer goes to Australia for a vacation. There he meets an Aussie farmer and gets to talking. The Aussie says, or shows off his big wheat field, and the Texan says, "Oh, we have wheat fields that are at least twice as large." Then they walk around the ranch a little, and the Aussie shows off his herd of cattle. The Texan immediately says, "We have longhorns that are at least twice as large as your cows." The conversation has, meanwhile, almost died when the Texan sees a herd of kangaroos hopping through the field. He asks, "And what are those?" The Aussie replies with an incredulous look, "Don't you have any grasshoppers in Texas?"
Dun-dun-dun.
Oh, you guys can go to hell. All right. Here's one more. The waiter, DA, tells Dreem, the customer, "You know, there are no more mice at our hotel." Dreem says, "Why? Is your hotel so clean and well maintained?" DA says, "No, sir. The food is so bad."
They have more taste than that.
You guys don't like it, huh? Okay, we'll just go ahead and move on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a cryptid program, not a joke program, so we're going to have to tolerate my inherent lack thereof. Go ahead, Dreem.
I have to say something.
Oh, by all means.
He worked on those for at least a week before this show. He did research to find which jokes were the funniest.
Thank you for that, Nick. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that. Ronan is in Springfield, Missouri, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's cool. That's cool, folks. It's kind of nice song. And then Ronan said, and the Texan said, "Oh, we have grasshoppers. I just didn't recognize them because they were so small." Oh,
That's the punchline I was waiting for.
okay. All right. That was good, though. I like that. That is cool, folks. But all kidding aside, today is May 24th, 2021, and we're having a blowout party here. Of course, Nick is with us, as is DA, Dreem, and myself, and everyone else in the chat room. Folks, we love to hear your stories. We love to know what's going on. Nick actually teased us on a bit of a story, I believe, before we went live. And is that something that you can go with now, Nick, or do we have to kind of keep silent on that?
Oh, no, that was for you guys only. It was for you guys only.
It was only for us. Wow.
Ooh,
That was
I
awesome.
feel special.
I do have a bit of news that happened today.
Please share.
Thought you guys might have. I don't know. Any of you ever heard of the rock band The Rainmakers?
Can't
Sure.
say I have. No.
They're kind of an indie rock band. They're still around. I started listening to them back in the mid '80s. They had a song that you might recognize the title of. The song was called "The Lakeview Man."
Gee, where
and
have I heard
it
that?
was about sightings near a small town here in Missouri. Well, about 20 miles from here, well, 25 miles from here, is a little town called Branson West. And in 1995, they changed the name from Lakeview to Branson West to try to capitalize on the tourist industry in Branson. Didn't really work, but there's still a lot of the old timers that still call it Lakeview. There were a lot of, since that's so close to Kimberling City, there were a lot of Bigfoot sightings in that area. Between the song and the sightings in that area is what inspired me to write The Lakeview Man. Bob Walkenhurst, the lead singer of the Rainmakers, reached out to me excited about The Lakeview Man because he'd seen the book. Yeah, that's it, Roger. The lead singer of the band was excited about the book and reached out to contact me.
Maybe they'll make a comeback.
Maybe. They're going to be playing here in town in August, and I'm already making plans to go see them.
You should do a book signing at the concert.
Oh, that would be badass.
That's right, for that book in particular.
Maybe I'll message him back and see what he thinks. It's his venue, so I don't want to try to capitalize on it. But
no, just be like, hey, I want to present you an autographed copy of it since you were excited about it, and go from there.
And I happen to have 500 other copies over here that I've signed for.
Your autographed copy is somewhere in that box. Once I've sold them all, I'll give you yours.
Oh, look at that. Hello, Mr. Dreem.
Hello to my beautiful wife.
Yes, thank you, Danielle. Thank you for joining us. As a matter of fact, folks, this is strange. This is one of the first times I've ever seen this. When I'm doing the live feed, I'm able to see where the viewers are from, and I cannot believe this. Every end point is active. All Tower Media, my Facebook page, the NDB Media page on Facebook, NDB Media on Twitch, The Nightmare Hunter, DAX Mocking on YouTube, and NDB Media on YouTube are also all lit up. I think that's the first time ever. I'm eternally grateful and thankful. That does deserve a swig. I want to thank everyone. We have quite a few people watching us today. We are terribly excited and grateful for that.
Quit making faces. That is pretty dang smooth whiskey.
Hi, Danielle. Thank you for allowing your man to be with us for a little while.
Ronan says, give a CD of theirs with every book.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Well, folks, my two first jokes misfired. Here's another one. Cop pulls over a car with a couple in it. What's the problem, officer? Sir, you were going 68 in the 50 zone. What? That's ridiculous. I did no such thing. Sir, I caught you with my radar gun, and it's always accurate. But I'll give you some leeway and reduce it to 62. Well, not this time, a-hole. I know I was doing 54. I'll take it to court, you SOB. The cop hands the man the ticket, and the man rips it up. Sir, I'm going to have to insist you calm down, or I'll put you under arrest. Suddenly, the wife interjects. Mister, I really wouldn't push it. There's no use arguing with him when he's drunk. Thank you. Thank you.
That was a good one. Robert.
As a matter of fact, we got 2 more likes. Greg Price and Jacob Hill. Folks, as soon as we get to 30 likes, we're going to be handing out a $5 Amazon card. So keep them likes coming, folks.
Incidentally, Joseph Catilli earlier, I don't know if I'd said anything. He's an author, and so is Greg Price.
Welcome, gentlemen. Roger, your glass looks a little empty, sir.
And there it is, Danielle Nguyen. Thank you for the like. If we can get them likes coming, we're up to 13 already. We will give out a $5 gift card, and we'll even do this now. If we get to 40, we'll give an additional, and if we get to 50, we'll give an additional $5. So
wow,
we'll have 3 winners tonight. So
that's 3 D.A. Roberts books on Kindle. That's all. That's 3 of them.
Everyone is eligible, folks. It's family. We love it. We're going to be doing that right now.
You can get
So,
all of the Wild Hunt series. You can get Kraken on Lakeview, man. That's a good start.
DA, do you want to give us an update?
Ronan, sorry about that. I forgot that you were published as well. Ronan Barron is also an author.
Oh my goodness, we got all sorts of authors. That's amazing.
Coming out of
Cheers
the
to you
woodwork.
guys.
Folks, we are Tien. Oh my goodness, forgive me. Tien Vo. I'm sure I'm butchering that. Dream, if you would correct me on that. Harmony Nguyen. Oh my God, we're up to 15
Yep.
already. So this is terribly exciting. This is fun, folks. We love doing it. It's just a big old party that we're having today. Robert says I am no author. Robert.
No, Robert, I don't know if you saw this earlier.
Yeah, we're going to
but
do this again.
This bottle, Bushmills Black, 16-year, aged to perfection, is for you, sir, as a thank you for the canteen cups and that wonderful gift that was inside that box.
Oh,
You gotta,
and the card as well. The card was funny.
yes, and the card especially, yes. And this one is for you, sir. So make sure you get us your address somehow, either through DA or reach out to us. But we got to send you that bottle. That we bought that already for you.
Do you know what we should do? Is I think we'd get in trouble doing it though. But if we gave out a bottle of liquor, I don't think
No,
we could. Right?
we can't.
We can't.
Yeah, you'd have to verify they were over 21, and
Yeah. And then if the
no, we'll just give the money instead. So that's
if you're not
legal.
21, you get Starbucks.
that's kind of a punishment, though.
Yeah, right. Star Schmucks.
Oh my goodness, already off to a good start. Hey, so DA, have we had any news on cryptids or anything lately? Because actually, as a matter of fact, before we get to that, I believe Robert said that he was on Nick said that he was on a program the last few weeks. Maybe you can share with us on the program that you were on, what you talked about, and we can probably go check it out there as well. But from you two gentlemen, I don't know if we've had money for booze. I don't know if we've had any new reports on cryptid activity in the last few days since we last spoke.
Last few days for me, I got an emergency call this morning, but I was at work, and we have to put all our cell phones in central communications, and they are all allowed, the people that work communications, they're allowed to look at our phones just in case it's an important call, like an emergency call, then they'll call us in. Otherwise, we ain't going anyplace. But I'll tell you, I'd love to play part of this for you guys. The message I received this morning, and I just listened to it an hour ago, and shamefully, I have not returned the phone call yet. This person had to be escorted home. He's from Maine, I'll tell you that much. It's one of my members, and it was either a dog man or a Sasquatch. And I'm going to tell you, the terror, the horror in his voice, I mean, he was like, I mean, I could feel the sweat dribbling down his face while he was calling me on the phone. He evidently had an encounter of some sort, and I didn't call him back yet. I just think it's too late at night to call him back. I'll give him a call tomorrow morning. But while I was at work, I couldn't return the call. I mean, it was horrible. But yeah, for the last week or so, it really died down. Like I said, I usually get about 35 calls a week these days, upwards to 40. In the past, it used to be about 12 a week. Now, I mean, they're coming in left and right. But the last few days, nothing. And then this morning, I get this. But I couldn't help it. I was 2,000 feet in the air at the time and couldn't get to a phone.
Well, Nick, you're probably going to get a lot more calls coming Memorial Day weekend. When everybody out camping, stuff like that, aren't normally out in the woods or doing stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, people who do go out in the woods are going to stir things up, and
yep,
it's just not going to be a fun time. I don't know if any of you guys, Roger or Dreem, I don't know if you guys are members of my NADP Region 3.
Yes.
DA probably saw my post from last night. I was at work when I put that post up. I was running the command center. I put the post up about the 411. You know,
Yeah,
David,
great documentary.
I mean, I put it up there specifically because people are always saying to me, typing me messages, Facebook or otherwise, or right on the site, or calling me up even. I don't know how to get my number, but they'll call me up and they say, I want to get involved. I want to go out there and I want to find Dogman. I want to find, it's like,
Careful what you wish for.
oh, Maron. I mean, you're going to go out there in the woods and I'll tell you what you're going to find. You're going to find a snake. It's going to bite you and you're not going to be prepared. And because, I mean, I asked this one guy, I said, well, what do you go out with? He goes, well, I go out by myself and, I have he tells me a couple of bottles of Poland Spring water in a knapsack, right? And he brings a couple of sandwiches with him. And he has a flashlight. I said, what kind of flashlight is it? How many lumens? He goes, lumens? Oh, it's one of them Evereadys. I got it from my grandfather's shack when he passed away, and I just bought new batteries. Unbelievable. I mean, and that's it. And he goes, and I take a walking stick with me, a real stout walking stick. And I said, do you realize?
So it can pick its teeth when it's done.
Yeah, let me take that. I mean, from what we found a little bit over a month and a half ago in Highland Park, New York, what was possibly out there, and the guest that we had on last week on this show, I was thanking him because was it Mr. Moorhead? Was it Ron Moorhead? He's from Sierra Sounds. I mean, he verified what we found over there. I mean, a 15-foot Sasquatch is like nothing, according to them over there in Alaska. So yeah. What was in Highland, New York? I mean, I thought it was impossible. But where the eyes were and where the lady had taken the pictures that she showed us and everything, and where we measured it on the tree had no branches once again. So there was no owl sitting up there. There was no cat sitting up there. There was nothing. There was no branches on that tree where she took the picture of. And 15 feet high is where we measure where the eye shine was. And I mean, I'm thinking 15 feet. What is that? 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of cryptid, of creature, of something.
Big animal.
Yeah, and then Ron Moorhead confirmed it. He says, yeah, down in Alaska they had him down there, 15-footers. So it's like, oh, this is just great. But I'm going to tell you, I got to play it again, and I got to get his telephone number on here because I don't have his number.
Yeah, remind me not to go to Alaska.
Well, this was in Maine, and he was so shaken that he said he had to be escorted home. And that's not like him. He's our historian and our archivist and our head researcher. And this guy got the pants scared off of him. So something's going on. I was up in Maine last September of 2020 where we had some reports, Dogman reports up there, and we went through the U.S. radar station up there, and that's where they used to track Russian planes that were going overhead. It's now an abandoned place, but there's miles and miles of antennas. And, this is just me, but we found one of the headquarters where they had the computers and all that stuff. And I'm like, I just got to get in there. And we did. We got in there and we got to walk around, and I posted pictures up on our NADP Region 3 site of some of the photos we took inside. It was pitch dark, and even with 2,000 lumen flashlights, it was hard to light the place up. The ceilings were so high up off the ground. It was amazing. But yeah, we got in there and we got to look around. Some history at least, past history anyway.
Nick, you mentioned Ron Moorhead, and he sent me the pictures of those tracks.
Oh my God!
There's the close up of the track.
Huh? Didn't he say something like 25 inches?
Yeah, 25 inches.
Hell no!
Come on, look at this! Come on, guys! Oh. Look how deep that is.
That's terrifying.
Look how freaking deep that is. Depending on what kind of soil that is.
Mm-hmm. It looks fairly rocky.
That's rocky?
Yeah, and apparently, from what he said, I think he's standing at the next track in the sequence.
Jesus.
If that's rocky area, and it's that deep. That looks to be. I'm trying to figure it out in my
Several
head.
thousands of pounds.
It's a big animal.
I would say about 3,800 pounds, maybe more.
Yeah, I thought you guys would get a kick out of those pictures. Ron sent
Look
those to
at
me,
this.
and that's. I think he said a size 12 foot next to it.
Yeah. Now, for all those people that don't know who Ron Moorhead is, he's the guy that came out with Sierra Sounds, and he's been investigating these things for over, 50 years, DA?
Yeah, since I think the late 60s, mid to late 60s.
I mean, the guy is no joke. I mean, we were talking about different things, and everything he was saying, I could verify. I mean, I've learned in a classroom, at least from professors or in books, and by word of mouth. And I mean, everything the man said, it was all true.
This is what he said in the message. He says, "Thanks, DA." This was when I thanked him for being on the show. Here, thanks, DA. It was fun. Here are the pictures you asked for. Measurement being done by Bill McDowell. The other one man standing at one point, and Bill measuring at the other. 13 feet between total of 4 prints.
13 feet.
A 13-foot stride.
That's nuts.
That is really crazy.
That's
And
like
he didn't
2 of
find
me and
one.
some more.
Guys, he didn't find just one print either.
No, they found 4 tracks.
Yeah. And that's all
Well,
in
to
rock.
me, that sounds like somebody's running at that point. If it's that big of a stride, like even with the size of the foot, you
Yeah,
would
somebody would
imagine.
definitely be running. It would probably be me.
Hey, wait a minute now. You and Roger said last week that we could go up to Alaska and see that.
I want to go up there.
Oh,
But
okay.
we see a 13-foot stride. I'm going back to the boat because nothing I got will do anything but make it mad. I may not need the launch to get to the boat. I may just skip out across the water, skipping a fat guy like a skipping stone.
Roger, are you still in?
Oh, of course, I'm in. Because
Oh, my
no
God.
matter what, like the old joke says, I just got to be faster than the other guy.
It's pretty easy to be faster than me these days.
I just had to go through some stuff, and they timed me. I know I'm slower now, but 11.2 for a 100-yard dash. Can you beat me?
Yeah,
That's what-
because by the time he gets done with
That's
you,
what the
you're only gonna make it 2 yards before he caps your knee.
Ooh.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
Only
I don't know.
Dreem can think of that.
I used to run fast when I was in high school baseball. I was a pinch runner. I was much faster. The impression was I was a tall guy, 5'11". I was usually taller than everyone else, but I ran quickly. Sorry, it's the Dalmore. I can't think. But speaking of not being able to think, I do want to thank our 16th like already, Tyler Marshall. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Tyler.
Once again, folks, we would love to know where you guys are at.
Tyler's from here in Springfield. He actually lives one of the little towns outside of town. He's a deputy I used to work with at Greene County. Tyler, if you're on duty tonight, brother, you be safe.
Hi, Tyler. Didn't know you were on with us live. Hey, Tyler.
Got to keep that
Yeah.
volume in check, Raj.
Yeah, I'm telling you, DA. I apologize. I will lower my tone. Yes.
Remember, we
Oh,
were
look.
talking about what type of tone you wanted to go for.
Oh, that's not going to work. I've already forgot that meeting. Pam Roberts is in Burleson, Texas. Folks, I don't know if you saw it, but when Dreem arrived here earlier, one of the first things we did is I picked him up, brought him over, met up with Gmo, and I told Dreem, what do you want to do? Do you want to do the hat, the famous pastrami's? Do you want to do King Taco? Do you want to do Tommy's? And for those of you that get a chance to see it, we went Tommy's, the world famous Tommy's, the chili burger, and we're still kind of full, aren't we?
Yeah.
I was telling Dreem, hey, we'll go out to dinner right before the program. We'll order in pizza. We'll do this. We'll do that. And yeah, we just
No
had
need.
Tommy's. That's it.
One meal is fine. And
For
pork
now.
rinds.
Oh, yes. So it's been going very well. But all kidding aside, we want to thank everyone that is giving us the likes right now. Yes, just for all 4 of us, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just for all 4 of us. I should have typed that response out. Sorry, we're having a quick little sidebar, Nick and I. He asked me a question, and I responded to him in the affirmative. So for me to type that response, Nick, it would have taken me a year and a half. So it's all good. Joshua Dalton says, old additive, don't have the fastest, just faster, my buddy. That's it. Just be
Don't have to
faster.
be the fastest, just faster than my buddy.
Yep. So really good stuff. Folks, again, our audience is on all of our platforms. We're absolutely stunned. We're eternally grateful. So really good stuff. DA, have you heard of any cryptid activity in your neck of the woods?
Not recently.
Been pretty quiet down there in Nathaniel County, huh?
In Missouri.
Well, now when apparently when I say Missouri, I come across as ignorant because only people from the north say Missouri, not people from the south. Is that correct, DA?
What is it, Missouri?
Mizzou.
DA, did you mute yourself?
Sorry, my mic's acting up.
Oh, okay, there you are. Ah, hey, Dreem. Any
Yes.
cryptid activity down there in the bayou or over in Orange County where you were staying? Or no, I'm sorry, you were in
Any
Orange
good
County.
Rougarou down there? Or?
I've heard of Rougarou stuff going on, but nothing nearby, nothing personal. Why is GA have my picture up?
I don't know.
That's
DA
kind of
can
awkward.
change that.
Is that a
It is.
Yankee hat on? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. He changed it.
So where are you guys going from there? You and Dream.
Well, we're doing the show tonight. We don't know how late we're going to be going. And then tomorrow I'm going back into like the Norwalk area of California, and I'm going to be there for about another week. I've got my oldest daughter's graduation. Congratulations to Jasmine.
Heck yeah.
We are very proud of you graduating from college, and we are going to be going back to Louisiana after that. So
Oh, I thought you guys are coming away by York. You know, see the Yankees.
that's coming up a little bit later this
Summer.
year. Yeah,
Ah.
summer.
Late summer. Oh, yeah, we're not doing it right now. Sorry.
No, we're gonna make that a different trip.
I don't think they'll let me on an airplane right now. As a matter of fact, I wasn't even going to be driving. So, oh, there we go. Got another like, folks. Absolutely awesome. Pam Roberts. Thank you, Pam. This painful sip is for you.
This unpainful sip is for you.
It doesn't sting as much. I think I'm getting used to it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Raj. There's no sting with this. This is so smooth.
Someone who doesn't normally drink this.
Ah,
Look at that. Congratulations to your daughter.
thank you,
there it is.
Pam.
Hashtag hydrate. I
Yes.
am.
No, I would think we should switch you to water for a minute after this. We need you to go the long haul with the show.
I can't believe that after taking a hit from that, I try the Coke and it's like, what the hell was that? Oh, hi, DA. Oh,
He's
You
playing
scared
hide
him.
and seek.
You scared him. He went back into his hole.
I'm sorry.
6 more weeks of summer.
That's pretty quick.
All right. So, what are we talking about today, guys? We had a month to plan this show, and
Let's see, Roger, need a helmet when you stand up. Probably. I'm not going to be standing up. Dreem did mention to me, how do I do it that I sit down throughout almost the entire episode? And I did mention to him that I do get up maybe once or twice. It's usually for a quick coffee refill. Or when there's no more refill space, I have to go. And it's usually maybe just once. But Dreem, I sit behind an office. You work for a living. You actually have to stand. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're stressed out telling people what to do. I don't tell anyone what to do.
I still have to be the one in the kitchen doing stuff. I get to tell some people what to do, but I am very fortunate that my guys know what they're doing. And they've got a lot more kitchen experience than I ever did. So, I just try to do my best and, put my time in and try to lead by example.
For those of you that are watching us live, to give you an idea, a little bit extended view of the office, you'll notice that I am looking west, and Dreem is right behind me. If you'll notice, there he is. You see, sticking his hand through that little temporal rift right there, or the portal, so you can look through the back, and there's the door to the office or the exit, and where all those boxes are, usually that's where our clients, if they're in early, that's where they wait to meet with me or the other preparer. But due to COVID, we've blocked it out so no one can really have a seat right there. So
I
that's
have
why
a
there's so many
question. I have a
boxes there.
question for Dream.
Yes, sir.
Since
Dream.
you're at his house, you came from Louisiana all the way up to California. How was it flying? I mean, at the airport, any problems other than the normal stuff? Did you have to wear a mask when you were on the plane? And
Yes, you had to wear a mask the entire time you were on the plane, walking through the airport, etc. Um, Nothing unusual. I actually did not get randomly selected this time around. Usually I get randomly selected for the pat down, and they don't even buy me dinner after, so I don't know.
hey, listen, don't feel bad. I got stopped the last 4 times I was at an airport. I got stopped 4 out of 4. It's like, excuse me, do I sound like I'm from someplace else? Right in Newark Airport in New Jersey, no less.
Wow.
And the guy said to me in his accent, I think it was a Nigerian accent. He said to me, "Sir, put out your hands." And he painted my hands twice, not just once, twice. Well, what I do normally during the week, I mean, yeah, I'm going to get a lot of residue on my hands. So no matter how much I wash them. So it's like, my God, people, but I don't know why. I mean, do I look like somebody, who's going to hold up the plane and tell them to take me to Alaska or something? God.
Yeah.
But it wasn't anything unusual, right, Dream? I mean, regular.
Most of the time, yeah, most of the time I'm getting randomly selected. So I was pleasantly surprised that I was able to just kind of cruise through. My youngest is on like crutches, or she was on crutches for a little bit. She had sprained her ankle and such, so she was using a wheelchair. So they sent me through the quick line, and it was pretty nice.
What about, did they ask you if you had the COVID shot yet or anything?
Uh, yeah, you have to ask certain, like they ask you certain questions. You know, have you had a fever? Have you been experiencing illness?
Hmm. But you don't have
Stuff
to
like
have
that.
had a COVID shot in order to fly.
No, but I do, so it doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah,
He's
I'm fully vaccinated, so I'm very happy. DA, welcome back.
Hi,
So we'll see how
DA.
long it lasts.
Yeah, we thought you got scared and disappeared on us. 6 more weeks of
Camera's
summer.
going out. Yeah, probably longer than 6 weeks.
Oh man. So you've only got, I don't know what's going on with your camera. I know your battery or your camera's dying on you or
It's
something.
his
Yeah.
battery.
Yeah, it's the battery.
All right. So what you got going on the DA verse? I know
Sure.
you were talking about the Uncanny Valley coming up. Would you like to share a little bit more about that?
Almost 20,000 words into Uncanny Valley.
That's a lot.
man.
Yeah, I wish I was a lot farther.
So do I.
It's coming along. I mean, I'm getting into some pretty tense action sequences right now, so I think people are going to be surprised. This one's a little more grounded in the individual. You're not going to see a whole lot of team action. It's just individuals dealing with the situation. But there might be some interesting shoot 'em ups toward the end.
Ooh, fun.
Nice.
That's exciting. When are you? What's your prospective release date? Because that right now, since you're mid writing, I know there's a lot of variables going on depending on like motivation and scheduling and such.
My original goal was to try to have the manuscript done before my birthday, but I don't think I'm going to make that. I think realistically, I'll probably have the manuscript done second week of June, hopefully.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then it'll just be a matter of cover edits and layouts.
Okay. That sounds exciting, man. I'm super stoked. I'm ready to read it. I'm ready to purchase it on Amazon, leave the reviews, etc. But we are definitely excited about that. But definitely take your time. Make sure it's a product that you want to release.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't want to just, put out books that are just put out just to have books out. I mean, I want people to enjoy the stories. And I always want to do that. I don't want to ever want to rush something to just get another title out there. That's not the way I write.
I read the majority of your books, and I'm going to tell you, nothing seems rushed, nothing at all.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
But you see, this is a Sharpie. I'm bringing that with me when we meet, and writer's cramp because I'm bringing the books. I don't want no just two Nick.
I can do that too.
Shit written in there. What is that?
I don't know. I thought you were doing that, so I can do it too.
Oh Lord, are we all gonna do that?
No. Well, it's just because he. Oh, hey, slow down, dude. Oh, good God.
Oh, you got glowy stuff?
Yeah, and instead of the brakes, we use the battery powered ones. They could do all kinds of things. Come on, stop.
Nick needs a canteen cup. So says Robert. Yes. What about Josh? Says Reawakening. Is that his favorite book or something? Oh, good God. Oh, God Almighty! Look at that.
Yeah.
Darth Vader is in the house.
Darth Vato.
Vader Raider.
More like Darth Pants.
Darth Vato and Chewie. Han Cholo.
Han Cholo.
You're bad. That's funny. I gotta admit, that was funny.
Arturo D2.
Arturo D2.
Arturo.
Actually, it's Arturito. I think, who was it? That program on Cartoon Network that makes, they use the clay figurines, whatever, the Robot Chicken. That one was funny where they had Arturito. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little behind right now. Forgive me. Catching up. The effect is wearing off. This is some strong stuff, folks. Sorry.
Yeah, and they might even get out the lightsabers, too.
Ooh.
You're mad. DA's mad.
You know, we're all sort of going into a gunfight unarmed with him. You know, he's the writer with the big imagination.
Yeah, pretty much. I love this Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
Or if he's really overweight, it's obese one Kenobi.
Oh my gosh.
Was that Juan Juan?
Yes,
Obi-Wan.
Juan Kenobi.
One.
Or is it OG Juan Kenobi?
OG one. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on.
Darth Hefe.
Huh?
That is a good one, actually. He is the Hefe.
Oh, hey, it's all good. Sorry, folks. I just had to move something right now. Hey, we got another like.
B.
Woo.
Oh, God.
Todd Hunter. Thank you, number 18.
I
We
have to
salute
break into
you.
my protein powder for this. Jeez.
What was it? Salanja? Or what is it? What do you guys say?
Yes.
Das Vidania?
It's salud.
Solange.
Das vidania.
Salud.
Salanja. Is that the way you say it?
Slanjama.
Huh? Salanjama?
Slanjama.
Oh, that was a big firework that went off right now. Salanjama. Oh God.
Hey, Dream, get an empty metal trash can and slide it over next to him just in case.
That's two glasses.
Hi
Two
Pam.
two
We're up to
little
19.
tiny two
Tim
little
Grimes.
We
Sorry.
making more? We got more likes. 19.
Yep. We
What are
had
we looking
Todd.
for? 1,000?
No. Hey, we'd love 1,000, but tonight it's at 30. You get 30, we got a $5. At 40, we get another $5, and at 50, we get another $5. And we'll just keep doing it in this type. Every so many of
increments.
those.
Every increment of 10, I think, is what
1040
you're working.
easy.
That was a CPA joke, people.
Yeah.
And the 1,000th like gets the Bushmill 16-year-old, right?
Oh, we
No,
might do
that's
that.
going to Robert Miller.
Well, no, you haven't been reading. Robert wants us to pass it forward.
Oh man.
What's the cryptids? Actually, folks, we're going to get to it right now. We're actually just enjoying the start. And in about 4 minutes, we're going to get on track. We're going to start visiting with some other cryptids tonight. We really are just enjoying the fact that we're all with us and people around the world are partying in. Yes, I already am a little bit happy, so I ask you to forgive me. I am trying what is this? A 15-year-old Dalmor?
Yes,
Dalmore.
Dalmore 15-year.
Dalmor.
Here's a Dalmore.
This is my second attempt, I guess.
Switch to water.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that in just a moment.
Yeah,
Um,
you need to.
but we're gonna get on target. That's why I apologize. I've had a little bit too much to drink already. So
Where's your canteen cup? I'll fill that with water for you.
thank you, Mr. Miller. Semper Fi. There's Semper Fi. Semper Fi.
Semper
Number
Fi.
5.
Thank
Or
you, Dream.
Sic vis pacem parabellum.
Stop swearing. It's not good.
Am I doing this one over here? This Brita?
Yeah, that'll work because that's where our filtered water is. So it's really good. I know we've been spending some time talking about cryptids as we make our trip around the world, and we're kind of like in the area of, well, we finished up, thank you, Dream, the subcontinent, which would be India, those parts, a little bit of China. We haven't really touched on China or even Southeast Asia or the far, far east, which we would know as Siberia, much less Japan. As DA and I have been talking about it, we've learned that in regions, the number of cryptids are you almost can't count them all, and it's just amazing. And that when you get into the countries, each country has such a variation. So if you think about it this way, I was trying to compare someone, pozole, for instance, a rather common meal in Mexico. Pozole is so common that it's based on how you grew up. That's how you like it. That's how you know it. But there's 31 states in Mexico. And as I tell everyone, each state has 31 ways of preparing it.
Rice
Forget
and
the
beans.
number of the states as well, yes. And there's just so many variations. And I don't know why. I guess maybe I'm hungry. That's why I'm comparing cryptids to pozole. That even in in each country there's so many variations. Nick, the dogman. How many variations to the dogman exist in the United States of America?
Well, if we don't count the Rougarou, there's 7. Count the Rougarou, that's 8. They have their own version over in the UK, and also they have the other version that everybody's familiar with, the werewolf. So if you want to count all of them, that's 9 right there. So I mean, we got quite a few different variations. In the United States, the Rougarou I think would be the toughest because he's got black magic behind him.
Now, what's rather interesting is Tim Grind says There could be Yetis driving cabs in China and Russia, but you'll never get the straight story from the commies. That is rather amusing, yes. Yeah, most likely. I believe that would be the case. That's crazy. Forgive me a moment. I'm just doing some. I'm actually responding. The werewolf is a regional beast as well. Yeah, I don't know if the werewolf is found everywhere in the United States, but I know it's a big theme in like the southern parts of the United States and especially on the East Coast. I'm not sure if the werewolf is in your area, DA.
There's lore of it everywhere. I mean,
Oh yeah.
some of the early dogman sightings, the European settlers referred to as werewolves. So there's a lot of overlap, and it depends on the description as well.
Now, Nick, just going back to the Rougarou, um, not to be argumentative anyway, but I thought the Rougarou was maybe a little more akin to maybe the Sasquatch, or is it maybe?
Oh no.
And you have to forgive me,
Yeah.
like a go between or like the missing it, or I'm all wrong on that. Please
No,
educate me on that.
Down in like Florida and Louisiana, you got the skunk ape, which is akin to the Sasquatch or Bigfoot. In the Rougarou is definitely werewolfish, dogmanish, definitely of that type. There's no, I mean, if you put them side by side, there's a big distinction. I mean, you've got the fangs, you've got the wolf-like face, you've got the claws and everything, as opposed to a Sasquatch, which is basically a very huge hominid, and he doesn't look anything like him. Totally different. It's like putting you next to me and saying, "Oh yeah, you guys are brothers,"
Brothers from another mother.
I set you up for that one.
Thank you, young man, and I most appreciate it because had I thought that through, I'd still be several years in the comeback.
There's an easy question right there.
Oh, young man, that was much appreciated. Actually, we're getting quite a bit of commentary. If we can back up just a little bit, Todd Hunter himself said, "How do werewolves differ from dogmen?"
Well, the werewolf changes from a human into a werewolf and then back again. A werewolf, technically, a werewolf is not as large as a dogman. A dogman is a dogman is a dogman all the time, 24/7, 365, 7 days a week. He's like the 7-Eleven in New Jersey. They never close. I mean, he's like that way all the time.
That's funny. Robert, we want to thank you, Robert, for joining us. Peace and long life. We'll be speaking with you real soon. Joshua says, Red Rover, can I join in? Over. It should have been over, Josh. Red Rover, can I join in? Over.
Hard copy.
Do it again, Josh. One more time. Tim says that FedGov knows the truth about non-human hominids. They spend vast taxpayer resources to hide the truth. Now, gentlemen, I guess in just a little bit, before I start talking about some specific cryptids on the eastern shores of the Pacific in Asia, we're noticing, for whatever reason, the United States is not only releasing video, but acknowledging videos on what we used to call UFOs. We've speculated, we've wondered if they're preparing us of something. Do you think, or what, based on the experience that you gentlemen have, or, well, I guess it would be Nick, and I'm sorry, how soon do you think something like that might happen regarding the animals and monsters that you deal with?
3 years, I'll bet.
Really?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying 3 years. You gotta remember, going way, way, way back in the start of the UFO sightings and everything, the United States Air Force led the way on that. And they still do today. They have their own section that does it. There's also, believe it or not, a section of the FBI that actually checks on these things. And it's not very widely publicized, but they do have a little handles those type of cases.
The X-Files are real.
Sort of, yeah. I'm going to tell you, I'm with the federal government for the longest time, and aha, that's one of my people right there.
Okay, you saw my reaction. I was miming. What's the big event?
Ashira, what's the big event? Tell them.
Oh, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Yeah, I guess that's what they're calling them now. We used to in the old day call them UFO. When word got out of Project Blue Book, which was a little bit after the fact, the USA was ridiculed for it because they did that and allegedly they were always trying to cover up so it wasn't real and they let it go publicly, but they never stopped investigating. Right, Nick?
That's correct. And the Russians, even though they ridiculed us, didn't want to get left behind on it either. So they started with a bigger push than we even had. And they caught up and passed us at one point, for investigating unusual phenomena, UFOs and cryptids and the like. So, I mean, and they do have a lot of scientists over there dedicated to checking out different types of cryptids.
So I guess just to narrow my question and not to be stupid about it anymore so because I've been drinking a little too much. The 3-year number that you gave us, is that something that you think it's going to happen by then, or
No,
you
no.
have a genuine idea that it's
I
really
have a
gonna
genuine idea because I've used because I'm the regional director, Region 3 of the North American Dogman Project. My interest goes deeper than your normal member or just normal person that's interested in cryptids. So I've used up every favor I could possibly use up in the police world, in the paramilitary world, in the government that I could anybody that I knew, asking them if they could find out or if they have any inkling at all. And one gentleman told me that, oh, uh, they're going to come out with the UFO thing. And sure enough, 2 months later, bam, they said something. They came out with it. And another person, a lady in the government, she said that she just think they're going to prepare everybody little by little. And in about a 3-year time, they're going to come out with it. They'll show evidence and all that stuff that's been disappearing when like we'll take evidence in and it's disappeared. Don't ever send anything to the Smithsonian because it will disappear. Hair samples, any kind of footprints, any kind of skin samples, forget about it. It'll just disappear. And that's the way it's going right now. But they're given about approximation of 3 years. So in 2024, towards the end of 2024, you'll probably see a lot of stuff coming out.
a lot of stuff without being cantankerous? How will it be a subtle government agency, or will it be something such as programs like ourselves that receive the information ahead of time? What? How is it going to happen?
Programs are
And
not
I'm
going to.
spitballing here.
Yeah, I mean, I asked the same exact question, and what they're saying is that it's going to come out into the news media. You're going to see it on Channel 7, Channel 11, Channel 2, 4, 5, and all those other ones out there. They're going to start with that. They're going to start leaking it out little by little, and they'll show you what they have. I guess evidently one person who was, it's funny because you're in the accounting division for what you work. Somebody that was in an accounting section of the government said that it'd be a heck of a lot cheaper than to continue hiding it. Let's put it that way, to let it come out. So I mean that shocked me and surprised me because I mean they spend a lot of money for nothing. $300 hammers and $5,000 toilet bowls and all this and that, and suddenly they're going to chintz on
Oh,
hiding.
Nick, come on, stop exaggerating. You know they're only $4,995 for the toilet bowls. Please, Nick.
It depends
Be
on what
No.
depends on what kind you get. In American,
That was the
Standard,
toilet paper. The toilet paper was $4,995.
all right. I stand corrected, gentlemen. Yes,
Do you know
general.
General?
How you doing, General? Go ahead, Nick. You know I'm screwing with you,
Do
Nick.
you realize that? Do you realize how much the toilet? Seriously, the toilets cost in Iraq when after after the war was over and we were trying to rebuild. I mean, seriously, $4,000 for a toilet because they
Yeah.
were rebuilding buildings, the police buildings. It was amazing. But I'll tell you why they were $4,000. They kept getting stolen all the time. That's what the problem was.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of Afghanistan, I want to thank you. This is something that we've touched on, and I put a link in the chat room, folks, about the cryptid, the giant of Kandahar. This is something that's been known for a while now, but DA, this is stuff that our boys in green, or I'm sorry, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen,
Multicam,
our men and women in green. I'm sorry, Nick, what was that?
multicam.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
multicam.
Yeah, sorry. I understand that this is something that's happened within the last 10 years. The Giant of Kandahar. You're familiar with this, aren't you, DA?
I think it was actually in the early 2000s. I don't think it was quite as recent as you think. But apparently, a special forces unit was dispatched to locate a infantry unit that had gone missing in the mountains.
Of
And
the
when
Kandahar
they
region, right?
yeah, in the Kandahar province of Afghanistan. Um, and when they started getting close to the area, they started finding discarded pieces of equipment, bloody pieces of uniforms, that kind of thing, um, discarded weapons, empty shell casings. Obviously, they hadn't gone down without a fight. Well, they tracked the trail of debris to a large cave, and what came out was essentially a giant red haired creature with a spear. It immediately killed one of the special forces operators, and they opened up on it. They finally killed it, and I'm trying to find the pictures I had of it, but apparently they've either gotten moved or deleted. But they ended up having to air evac their wounded, and a special team was sent in to take the body out. And they it disappeared. They never saw it again. But it killed an entire infantry unit and then a couple of members of that special forces team as well.
Wasn't that giant like something 17 or 19?
Something like that, like 15, 16 feet tall.
Yeah, really big. And then when they went into the cave, after they took that out, they found other skeletons that were just huge.
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, in the link that is listed that I put in the chat room, the image is similar to that. Wow. Clearly, based on that image, there it is. Yes,
That would be more, yeah.
yeah. It. The features seem to be European. If they have distinguishing features, and based in that area, I don't know. I believe it wouldn't fit in, especially the red hair, huh?
Well, you have to remember, Afghanistan's been fought over for hundreds of years. It's been a crossroad of empires have died, is the hashtag for 'em, if I'm not mistaken, gentlemen.
Oh yeah. Apparently, many empires have died in Afghanistan.
And
That
their
looks.
that's their
I
whole
would-
culture over there is warrior culture. Fight, fight, fight. That's
So
all they
who's
know.
to say it's not like
And I would say
that they stole some British officer's wife?
Oh wow, I hadn't heard about that.
that looks almost Viking in nature.
Just really, really big.
Yeah.
Well, some description said it just had red hair and a red beard. Others described it as being covered with red hair. These are just artist renditions.
I see. That is very interesting. That's I wouldn't want to come face to face with that.
Oh, God, no. A spear that would be wielded by something 15, 16 feet tall would probably be about the
Telephone
diameter
pole?
of a telephone pole, maybe.
Sounds
and
about right.
probably have a blade between 1.5 to 2 feet long on the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Unless,
sounds terrifying to come
unless
across.
he whittled it, whittled it into the wood there, and oof. I
A
mean, the two,
splinter of that thing would be enough to kill somebody like us.
Yes, it would.
A javelin.
Yeah.
the 5.56 rounds that they were probably shooting at it at first.
One worth of piss.
Yeah, they probably weren't doing anything more than mosquito bites.
That was nothing. And even if they went over to the auto cannons on top of the Hummers or whatever they had there, 308s, probably the same thing. I mean, they had to come back with something bigger.
Again, that's where the wild hunt. That's why we refigured the wild hunt.
Yeah, exactly. Coming in with something as heavy as a 50 cal, possibly heavier.
Mm.
Mm.
That is a big boy there. God. I mean, I know it's the artist's rendition, but the size of the legs alone, my God. Mm.
Yeah, it's crazy. Todd says Fox News has been having 2 or 3 segments a week on UFO with Alisando and Mellon. Yeah, I recognize the name Alisando, but I'm not sure Mellon. But yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. It's crazy. It's clear. I mean, I know we talked about this very briefly, and we're going off cryptids for a moment. But gentlemen, we've touched on these in the past. You saw those videos. I've seen them. I've seen them in their purest, unadjusted, unadulterated, and it's crazy. You're looking at F-18s that are hitting Mach 1, and these things are just screwing with them. It's crazy. We know the F-18 can hit about 1,097 miles. Okay,
That's
that's
what
a
they'll publicly admit.
exactly.
Mm.
I bet it'll probably punch Mach 3.
That's the truth. Mach 3.
You never want to let the enemy know.
Oh, of course not, but this is my guess.
Yes, and that's why the information they give out. Hey guys, and on a major tangent, remember we did not know how fast the SR-71 Blackbird was, but it had
I
broken
don't.
records.
I don't
And
think we. I don't think we know yet.
remember what happened on its last flight? I don't know if it was from LA to New York or New York to
It
LA.
broke a record.
It broke a record. It was under an hour.
And
It was like,
they had to go and retire that bird too. It's like, why?
yeah,
Why? Hmm.
it blew every estimate away.
Bureaucrats.
I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
I said I was responding to Nick. He said, "Why did they retire the SR-71?" I said, "Because of penny pinching bureaucrats."
No.
You know what? It's whatever sounds good today and forget about tomorrow. Until they bring it back to my attention. That's the way politicians work.
But you'll notice that comment said that they're coming out with the UFOs like 2 and 3 times a week. It's just going to it's trickling now. The trickle is going to start to more of a heavier run, towards the end of this year. And I mean, you're going to start getting more and more, how can I put it, salacious stuff coming out. And
Nick,
mind grabbing. I mean, it's going to be amazing. But there's so
Nick.
much to come out.
Nick, I believe you're looking for the old adjective, a boiled frog. When you put a frog in a pot of water, you just gradually turn it up till you boil him.
Well, this is going to be more like a frog in a blender, I'm going to tell you, because when it comes out, it's going to come out fast. And they're just going to just give us stuff, and we're going to say, yeah, we knew it all along. No, you didn't. Not what they're going to be coming out with.
Hey,
Because they have faster, better stuff. Okay.
that's the belief is as to why it was retired. I know, and correct me if I'm wrong. The cover story at the time was the satellites. The satellites are just clearly better, and they're safer. We don't risk the loss of our air personnel and the equipment. And besides, it was older technology. It was difficult. It was expensive to use. I know, Josh, you mentioned the penny pinching bureaucrats. The plane did cost a lot of money, but it was incredibly effective. It it, yeah, you look at your history, the SR-71 Blackbird provided us with a lot of information.
I mean, just like boots on the ground, CIA found you can't have satellites and taking pictures. You need boots on the ground, and that's kind of what the SR-71 was all about.
Human.
I had a yeah. I talked to a fellow who was a pilot of one of those many years
Really?
ago.
Wow.
He said that I mean it's out there now and it's highly redacted, but this one flight in particular that he made over Russia, they actually picked him up and they sent a missile at him, and this missile Mach 3, he outdistanced it.
Yeah.
So just take that for what it's worth. He said he outdistanced it. And he was like, thumbing his nose at him.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there are several documentaries. I don't know if you gentlemen have seen them, and I know we're off track on it, and we'll get back to the cryptids in a moment. But they talked about an engagement where they kind of had an idea that they were going to be in the area, and sure enough, they lit them up. They fired a missile, and the thing about the SR-71 Blackbird was, as fast as it was, the reality is that to turn, it was very difficult. So it was just a matter of, if we're going fast, speed it up or slow it down. But even then, it was so difficult. And it was just apply the afterburner, which I think is a misnomer when you think about the Blackbird, right? It is on afterburner, right?
All the time.
If you guys have a chance, it is on YouTube and it's really exciting stuff. Obviously, they don't have video on it, but they have the first person story being, regaling you, which is really amazing. And it's really well done. If you guys look it up, it is available on YouTube. But I do digress. Were there any other comments you guys wanted to talk about that, or do you want to get to some other cryptids in the Southeast Asia area?
I do want to say something.
Dreem!
What it comes down to is, if the government isn't telling you what it is, you could pretty much consider that a cryptid in and of itself. Just because they're hiding stuff that they don't need us to know, that they don't want us to know. Whether it's certain specs getting out because of other military applications, whether it's creatures themselves that they're aware of that they're not sharing. Uh, you know, there's stuff that they're not telling us. And that we already know, and you just have to come to terms with that. The general public does not need to know everything that is applicable to their everyday lives. That's why we lose so many campers. That's why these machines, like specific planes, end up doing things that no one ever thought possible. Because they're not going to tell you that. You don't need to know that until, guess what, it happened. So we're not going to lie about it. We're just going to tell you straight up, guess what, this is what it is. So at that point in time, I would say, take whatever the government tells you and take it with a grain of salt, because you're not going to get the whole story unless you absolutely need to know it.
Yes. As a matter of fact, do you guys remember the movie Men in Black? I know it was a comedy. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But remember
Okay, here
the
comes the
moment,
flashers.
maybe not, but remember when K is telling Jay, well, he wasn't Jay yet. He said, think about what you learned today. What are you going to learn tomorrow? So the reason why we do what we do is so that, and I'm paraphrasing, so that everything can continue on as it normally does. That's why we're here, is to make sure that life continues on, because humanity cannot handle it. But I love when he says, think about what you learned today. What are you going to learn tomorrow? And for being a comedy, it was an awesome, awesome scene when that happened. And what does Will Smith do? He sits there on the bench for like 24 hours, really contemplating what it is that he's going to do. And he shows up the next day and he goes in. And then the exam procedure process, it was so funny. It was great. But I thought that was so telling in that scene in Men in Black. And I in many ways, I do believe that it's just much easier for them to come up with this lame story, and people are going to forget about it, and they're going to move on because they have their lives, and I
It's
don't think they
easier to
want it
believe.
any other way. I'm sorry, Da.
It's easier to believe. It doesn't shake them out of their little protected bubble.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Is
I
it
mean-
cognitive resonance or cognitive something?
Dissonance.
Dissonance. That's the
there
one.
it is. Cognitive dissonance. Guys, we know that satellites can detect license plates from 36,000 miles up. That's crazy.
You can read the serial number on a dime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy, really crazy.
So we know, and I'm not sure if any of you guys know this, but when the SR-71 appeared at Area 51, there was a major intelligence leak. We didn't know what had happened, but within, I think it was like 3 to 4 months of the SR-71 flying from Dreamland or Area 51, the CIA found out that the Kremlin had images, perfect images of the SR-71. Did you guys know how that happened?
Spy?
They learned a hard lesson.
Sovietsky spionen?
Due to the material of the plane itself, that even though they knew when the satellites would pass by overhead, they would take the plane out when the satellites were not overhead. But due to the material, the desert, and the sun, that while the plane sat, it left an imprint, a resonance imprint.
In heat?
Yes.
Heat variation?
So when the plane took off, it was still there, the heat resonance. So the Soviet satellites were able to see and say, hey, what is that? And they had almost perfect outlines of the plane. That was crazy.
You would have thought that they would have made a big concrete bunker and put it inside. Unbelievable.
You know, it was. But when it went out to the airstrip, they didn't think that they would be able to see them. Ted Grimes says FedGov cannot admit that there are multiple non-humans in existence. It would totally F up their BS narrative on macro evolution. These scenes are not missing links. They were created in their current form by Gatsby creator. Can't be admitting that now, can we? Folks, I'm lost on the macro evolution. What's meant by that?
That human beings are the topmost of the food chain, and we are the main species on the planet. We are the top in charge of everything. We're the be all end all.
Oh, so what Tim is saying, that these cryptids do not fit that narrative.
Right. That
Well,
there can't be something more powerful than us that could beat us up and kill us like nothing and throw telephone poles at us with the accuracy of us throwing a dart.
Well, and I appreciate that, Dream. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Nick, DA, haven't we been talking about this? That these cryptids, or not these cryptids, but humanity, our psyche. Don't we flinch? Don't we react when we hear sounds or we see lights?
Mhm.
And our primitive side is warning us, and they're reminding us of when we were not the apex predator.
It's called the uncanny valley.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's literally where that term comes from. It seems to be an uncanny coincidence. Well, not necessarily a coincidence, because it's not a coincidence, that no matter what part of the world you test somebody, they still have an innate fear of creatures that look almost like us, especially in the dark. And it's the scientists believe it falls back to a time when something that looked a lot like us used to eat us. And in my case, no, this is just me personally, I don't think it's a used to. I think it's just less common.
Much less common. Since there's so many
very
more
good.
of us here these days.
I wouldn't
Although
even say
some of the
less
reports of
common.
that kind of thing are on the rise.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say less common. I would just
Underreported.
underreported.
Yeah,
or
a lot of
under
it is just
confirmed.
dismissed as somebody went hiking and disappeared, or
Yeah.
according
missing
to
411.
according to I believe it's NAMI. 600,000 people go missing in the United States every year.
That's a big number when you really look at it,
Yeah,
Kurt.
I'm not saying everyone that went missing was being preyed on by Bigfoot or Dogman or something like that.
Right.
But when you're looking at a population of pushing 400 million, that is less than 1% of the population. That's like 0.1% of the population that goes missing every year. A lot of those are probably cases of people that went on the run or became homeless and vanished off the grid. Then you've got a number of people that are going more and more off the grid in society because of the way things are going. But a number of them are just completely unexplainable. Someone was driving home, talking on the cell, and they're like, "Hey, I think I just hit a dog. I'll call you right back." And they find the car abandoned with the car door open at the side of the road and no sign of the person. Crap like that.
Yeah,
That's not
gentlemen. If we look at the numbers, it was 600,000, I believe, DA, and correct me if I'm wrong. And you divide that by approximately our population of 340 million, that comes out to 0.00017647. So that is not even, it's not even,
it's a minuscule part of the
Yeah.
population. And it happens every year.
It's 0.002.
And let's say 10% of that was because of some sort of animal predation, be that naturally occurring animals
That's
or
a lot.
some
That's
sort of human.
6,000.
Yeah, if 10% of that were to go missing, you know what I would refer to that as? Careful culling. Because when the predator, ask any rancher, when the mountain lion comes down and takes one too many calf, you go kill the mountain lion.
Okay, if you look at those numbers, 60,000 is 10%. And if you think about that on a yearly basis, 60,000 divided by, let's see, what did I do right now? 60,000 divided by 12, that's 5,000 a month.
Yeah.
So divided by 50, that's 100 people go missing each state every year. Probably those numbers are skewed because I don't think they're as high in Hawaii, but I don't want to argue those numbers. If you just look at them in their brutest sense of the word, that's 100 people go missing every month in every state. That's crazy.
Well,
That's
I can
just
encounter.
one.
I can tell you about the people in New Jersey. I mean, you just have to go out into the Atlantic, about 3 miles over the continental shelf,
Yeah.
and look for the concrete boots out there.
Follow the trail of marinara in the water.
Yeah, I mean, if you see that red, it's not blood. I mean, the sharks are staying away from it. So,
They made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
so there's our 100. Where's your 100?
What are you looking for? What you said, Nick? Follow Mama's sauce?
All right,
It's
so
just
why
bolognese.
I have to comment on this. Why would they find clothes perfectly folded?
Okay, well, before you ask why, read the whole thing.
Yeah, they
And
found
they'll answer you right now. This is rather common.
It does happen.
And they find their boots there too.
And in some cases where they found the body or pieces of the body, it would either be in an area they'd already searched multiple times or someplace virtually impossible for them to have gotten. Like they found a toddler, was it 6 miles away up a mountainside where it would have taken climbing equipment to have gotten to.
Yeah, but I don't see a Squatch folding up a toddler's uniform. So that would have to be a government cover-up thing, if anything.
Well, we don't know if it was a Squatch. They do happen. Gentlemen, how often does this happen a year?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many times a year, but if you look at the missing 411 cases of David Paulides, there's a lot of accounts of it.
Really, a lot of them. Plus, if you read a lot of the accounts about Sasquatch encounters and sightings, you'll find that a lot of times the Sasquatch are the ones that are like braiding the horses' hairs in the barns and stuff.
We used
So,
to
I
call
mean,
it witches' braids in the old days.
yeah, if they could braid hair on horses, or supposedly have done that, who's to say they can't fold the clothes up and say, okay,
I'm not saying that they don't have the
don't
capability of
want it.
doing it, but why? Why would they possibly do it?
As a
I mean,
warrior,
as like a warrior, respect of the dead. Thank you for
Ooh,
giving up life.
Dream, hold that thought real quick. We had the privilege of several guests over the last few weeks, and I know on one of them you were not with us. But gentlemen, let's back up. Who is the gentleman's name that was talking about the famous Patterson Gimlin film?
M.K. Davis.
M.K. Davis was with us. And what did he point out? He pointed out not only the muscle, which is unreal, folks. If you look at the video, you can see the muscle of the thing near the end when it's stepping.
that's right.
That doesn't happen in a costume or a suit.
That's right.
You
That
can
does
clearly
not
see.
come out through a costume. No.
And there was another thing. Remember what they were talking about near the very end, which they had discovered? And remind me, gentlemen, for obvious reasons, wasn't there a braid and or a purse being carried?
There was a braid that he found by isolating single frames of the footage in the creature's hair on the side of its head, and it had like a strap in the fur. You can actually see it in the footage when he slows it down, and I can't remember what they called that. Uh, uh,
It's a thingamajigger.
Some sort
Yeah.
of a strap. I'm trying to.
And thank you, gentlemen, for looking for that. Tim says, personally, I think there's some interdimensional shiznit happening in those national parks. I knew you meant national parks. You corrected it right thereafter in the next post. I think we own you. Yeah, it's there, pal.
Well, gentlemen,
I like that.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here. It's 11:30 East Coast, and I'm gonna catch the news real fast and head on to bed. Supposed to try and run a load of lumber in the morning.
all right, man. You be safe.
Thanks
Be
for
careful.
joining us, man.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
coming on
gentlemen.
tonight, man.
Now,
See
Good
you,
night, Josh.
General.
Thanks for joining us, General.
take care now.
All
Thank you.
Good evening,
Bye.
sir.
Hey, just to mention one other thing, Roger. You mentioned the muscle, and the braid thing is what we were keying in on. However, when I was watching that film, I saw the eye shine, and that is like
Oh, yeah.
that is nothing that a human is going to have. Humans cannot have that chemical in their eyes that did the eye. I mean, that was what he showed us was really brought out.
Do any of you have that clip that we can share?
They're on his website and on his YouTube channel. I didn't have the chance to be able to download any of them because they're embedded files.
Yeah. But it's absolutely amazing. He slowed it down, and when what did they call her, Katie or something, or whatever they call the Sasquatch, the female Sasquatch.
Patty.
Oh,
Patty.
right.
When she turned around, you could see the eye shine, and that's nothing. I mean, if there was a human in a costume, that's nothing they could replicate. I mean, there's no way. And the other thing is, if that was a costume, it wouldn't fit. I mean, the person who was in that costume had to be a ginormous bodybuilder with great calves, because that calf muscle, everything, it just came right out. That was absolutely amazing. I mean, the work, the investigation, the enhancements that he did on that film was totally amazing.
Yeah, the time that he has spent on that, it obviously clearly shows. We were thrilled to have him on. His commentary, unbelievable, and what he showed us that evening was just amazing. Look, you heard. I mean, you guys saw it. I was there. I was enthralled. I was listening to everything. It's sometimes you just have to shut up and listen. And I turned it over to the experts right here. Not that I had to, but Nick and DA, they did great with him. I really was fish out of water on that one. It's pretty clear.
I mean, that was one of the most famous cases over there, and it's just absolutely amazing. I mean, you guys hit it two weeks in a row with two guests, 2 weeks in a row, and they brought out so much.
Absolutely.
So much stuff that was not reported previously, at least not written down that I know of. Yep. Everybody
Gentlemen,
at the same time.
yeah, that I was pointing there, gentlemen. It's pretty clear. DA obviously made that happen, and when you look at the gentleman, Mr. Moorhead, I believe it was,
Yeah,
that joined us a few days thereafter, I
Ron Moore.
purchased the book, and while we were talking or having a conversation with him, I was cheating. I purchased the book, and I was scanning it, and I was reading it, and I was confirming with him some of the stuff that he was talking about. And folks, it's an easy read. It is, I believe, it's under 200 pages and it's very simple. And I don't mean that derisively. Usually, when Roger tells people it's very simple, it's I'm trying to say it's easy to comprehend and it's worth your time. It is a fast read. The images are frightening, and the commentary that he has. He talks about this over 40 years, folks. This isn't a weekend at Bernie's. It's amazing. And he talks about how they screwed with him, how he kind of screwed with them a little bit,
Yep.
and how they had an interest in him. And then it kind of went away. And he talked about that he would see them on a regular basis, and then they kind of like, went off their own way, and eventually they stopped coming back. It's really, it's worth your time, his book. I purchased it and I've read it, not in its entirety, but humbly, it's worth your time.
And Roger, you should just clarify the who was screwing with him. The Sasquatch.
Oh, I apologize. Yes.
People might think you might be saying the government was screwing with him, but no, it was the Sasquatch.
Yes. And Todd, I do appreciate that comment. Yes, they both were, but MK was amazing. No doubt.
Hey, I've got a couple of his videos if you want me to share them. I'm going to have to share screen, but I can bring them up.
Yes, XO or X. Yeah, while you guys are watching that, there was also the commentary that the Bigfoot here, the Sasquatch, is female.
Yes.
We don't want to be pedantic about it. Look
No, you
closely.
can see in the chest
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, she is female. And Dreem, it's incredible near the end, and I think DA could help us out on that one. I guess it is the right calf, right?
Yes.
Where you can see it bend and flex, dude.
Should be coming up just right as she clears the log there. You notice the calf muscles?
Definitely. I mean, you could see the whole top portion of the leg, flex and, throughout the entire walk. You don't even have to wait for the calf muscle. Like you can see the hamstrings, you can see the quads flexing during the walk.
Guys, remember who we're talking, or you're talking to anyway. Dreem is the one that found the eye shine in the infamous Joe Baldy Park incident.
Oh, that's what we're calling it, the Joe Baldy Park incident.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought we were calling it the Steve P incident.
That's the subtitle.
Oh, okay.
Very well done. That's good.
I still have moments of I just can't even describe it. I can't believe it. What you do, those
There's
two.
the thylacine.
Now that is something. Where's the part where it yawns? Look at that. The mouth. Unbelievable.
That's terrifying right there.
That's
I
the
mean, that thing could open its
Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, the
Put your head
Tasmanian
right in
tiger.
Man,
If you guys remember the Howling movies, the fifth one I think it was, marsupials, actually references this particular animal. Um, oh man, look at those jaws.
Yeah.
and look at the tongue on that thing. My God.
Very quickly, I know it's switching gears, but Roger said the little satchel thing amazed me. I had never seen that before that
It's
night.
called a perflatch.
I
Yeah.
didn't see the satchel.
Oh, well, that's what we were talking about.
You see, you can only see the cord. You don't ever
Yes.
really see the satchel.
And that's why I derisively referred to it as a person. I apologize. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to remember. But it's carrying something.
Yeah, he was saying that they put stuff in there and they carry it. And I guess that's something the Native American Indians.
They've been making them for 1,000 years or more.
Now, who taught who? You know, it's like
Yeah.
Sasquatch teach them, or did they teach Sasquatch?
Right. Look, I think there it is.
That's where
Yeah,
there's
that's
like
what I
a
was
bulge
talking
in the
about.
muscle, the leg muscle.
That's what I was talking about. Like in the whole first part, you don't got to wait for the calf. You see it up in the quadricep. You see it in the hamstrings. You know, you see the muscle like flex and move as they're walking.
Mhm.
Like that. That's a thing. Sorry, I mean at the same time.
Well,
No, you're okay, man.
I mean, I don't know how you can look at these with the video analysis he's done and slowed down and the clarity he's brought. I don't know how you can look at that and be convinced it's fake.
Well, folks, when the computer was able to stabilize this image, that's when everything changed. Think about it, because they were able to focus in. They couldn't do that before.
that's
Because
just
the
it. They didn't have those
constant
apps back then.
Yeah.
This
was
is
discovered
the image
what?
stabilized.
Unfreaking amazing.
And between those two gentlemen, over the last 2 weeks, I mean, they brought out so much stuff that,
Mhm.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
He also said that because he's seen the entire video, this is only small pieces of it. Very few people have actually seen the entire video because I don't think they've ever aired the entire thing. But he said at one point, Roger Patterson was running after it, trying to get more footage, and without breaking that stride, it outdistanced him. It was gone. He couldn't keep up with the stride length.
Now, did he say that he dismounted from the
Yeah,
horse?
got off the horse.
yeah, he got off the horse and went after it.
Well, Bob Gimlin's horse almost threw him. It started acting up.
I will tell you this: if I see that thing, I ain't trying to keep up with it. I'm running in the opposite direction.
You
So
see,
I don't know.
Dreem, that is where I jump in and say, hey, let's not be stupid here. I've seen this movie before. I'm the minority. So I know where to go.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Oh, man, I've seen this part of the movie before.
Yep. I am not the main character in this movie. I am gone. I don't have any plot armor.
They can't kill you, Dream. You're the love interest.
That's right. They would have kept you love hostage.
Damn.
Check it out. That's crazy.
Oof.
Oh, and one of the most recent bits he did, I saw this he put this on YouTube. Let me blow that one up a little bit so you guys can get a slightly better look at it. If you look at what he's seeing is, if you look to the right side of its face, you're actually seeing the jaw muscle flex as it clenched its jaw while it was looking at the camera.
Oh, yeah. And folks, remember this. This is what Hollywood does. When you close in, you enhance. If you close in well enough, the image becomes crystal clear. It's funny. They don't understand pixelation. They don't. But this is a reality, folks. When you home in,
And this was taken on a hand
yeah,
camera in 1967,
Was it an 8 millimeter
8
film?
millimeter.
it's amazing video. A Todd Hunter says I would die in a horror movie. What's the sound in the dark basement? I should go look and find out.
No, I would be somebody would be like, what's that sound in the basement? Something's going on. I'm like, at the same time, you see me on my phone, like, oh, looks like the prices in California are a little bit cheap right now. Let's head out. You start packing. This ain't
Yeah.
gonna happen. I ain't going down there. Neither.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let my family go down there.
What, you don't want Annabelle, the possessed doll?
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the possessions and the demons and stuff like that. That's paranormal. I can handle that. If it is a massive 15-foot, 5 million pounds of muscle, there's no way I'm winning that confrontation.
It would have to stoop down, in your basement. It couldn't walk around there. Come on.
Yeah.
Pam says you need Samsung S21 to film it in 8K. Right, the newest telephone that they have. It's pretty good. I've always made jokes over the fact that when people record videos of these things, they're always jittery. And in my tiny little video that I recorded, I swear to you, it was on my mind to keep it steady. And the first words that comes out of DA's mouth is, well, with all the camera movement. I'm like, what camera movement?
No, nowadays they have auto step. Yeah.
Are you drinking 15-year Dalmore too?
I don't know. This protein powder must have something in it. Stabilization. It's auto stabilization, auto focus. I mean, you're going to get a crisp, clear picture these days. But that's these days, and they're not taking too many out there anymore. Here he comes. He wants a refill.
You heard me eating the carrots. As I ripped open the veggie pack.
Uh-oh.
You have dip?
Yeah, we got some ranch over there, but I just eat it straight.
Oh,
No chaser.
they got a real good dill dip out there now.
You say they have a really good dildo? What?
Dill dip.
Oh, dill dip. Oh, I
He's not
don't
gonna share
typically
that
use
with you.
that. I don't judge, man, but I ain't sharing. Wait,
Ask him to get you some guac.
I don't know how that went. Oh man. DA, do you have the picture of the what are you calling it? The Steve P incident, the Mount?
Down at Joe Bald.
Yeah, Joe Bald.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Yeah, we're behind in a few comments, but we'll go take care of that real quick. Let me see if it's in this one. I might have to switch over to. Yeah, I'm going to have to switch.
There's Steve. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Dude, you saw that, dude.
Nick, what type did you say that was?
I think the one that I said that was a Type 3 variant 1. So the top left there.
Yeah, that looks terrifying. I wouldn't want to run into that.
No.
Well, technically, I wouldn't want to run into any of them if we're being honest. But
I mean, in that photo, I mean, a lot of people can't see it. You'd have to point the parts out for them, but there was the eyes. You actually saw part of a right claw.
well, do you want to show the original photo or the original video before it got clarified, shall we say?
I only have a clip from it. I don't have the full video loaded. It was too big to load.
Yeah.
So I'll play the clip I've got.
That's something I asked last week. Dream, did you pick out 5 eye shines, 5 different eyeball sets of eyeballs, or 3?
I honestly don't remember because there was so much going on. I know like we picked out movement, we picked out different things. I know there was a lot of different eye shines, a lot of different movement. I don't remember if it was 3 or 5, but I remember seeing that very clearly and being like, "Oh my god, what is that behind you moving?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "That big giant thing." Uh,
And
As
there
it
was
turns
one-
out, I do have the full video loaded. I
then
didn't think I did.
Some people went back. I guess friends went back and
Mhm.
they measured where it was, and the eye shine was up 7 feet or 7 feet plus. That's pretty scary. I mean, especially, I'm going to repeat it again. The fact that Steve went and was marking his territory right in front of Dogman.
yeah, that would piss me
Seriously?
off.
Well, Jacob, if you're into that sort of thing, there's a whole subgenre of cryptid romance novels on Amazon,
Oh,
and I
yeah?
wouldn't exactly call them romance, more like cryptid porn. Yeah, they're there. They're real.
It's disgusting.
It is. It's pretty nasty, but some people enjoy that sort of thing.
No.
We don't judge. You enjoy what you enjoy.
Yeah, you do you.
Yep.
Hey folks, D.A. Roberts. Out here doing research for books for the future and showing you guys the creepier parts of the state of Missouri and the Ozarks. We're here in the Joe Bald Camp area. It's been an abandoned campground for about the past 20 years. Army Corps of Engineers closed it down in the early 2000s. Allegedly, there have been a number of people go missing down here. It's pretty well overgrown. Pretty creepy place. Thought I'd show you around a little bit. We're here near Table Rock Lake. You can see the lake through the trees. Lake's up actually pretty high. Hear a lot of night sounds tonight. I don't hear anything out of the ordinary. There's just tree frogs and bugs and typical Missouri sounds. I don't think we're gonna find anything really interesting, but I was really hoping. But wanted to come down here for a while. I've been down here in the daylight, but never at night. And it's a pretty creepy place. If you've never been down to Kimberling City, Missouri, and you want to come down this way, just follow the signs to the Joe Bald Recreation Area. It's still open to the public, but you can't camp here anymore. The place is completely overgrown. And really kind of neat. So if you get a chance, check it out.
Light over the left-hand side of his head.
Yeah, there's so much eye shine going on.
Oh my God.
I've got the
And-
slowed down, enhanced version of just the movement part. If you guys want to see that too.
You
Yes.
didn't, you guys don't have film of Steve walking off,
No, we didn't film that.
That's just so creepy.
Okay, now, folks, remember the first time he showed us that video, the only one that caught the movement was Dreem.
Mhm.
I caught some of the eye shine, and I thought I was like, wow, hey, look, there's eye shine. Someone else saw the eye shine as well, but Dreem was the only one that caught that thing. We
And that's
Yeah,
when Adam and Josh tore into the video and started isolating frames.
That thing was so creepy. Like, cause you could see in the video right away, like you see something poke its head out and then come back, and you're just
You're
like,
the only one that saw that, dude.
I was
Yeah,
like,
I didn't saw it. I didn't see it, and I was there.
yeah. Well, if you'd have saw it, there would have been another puddle of pee somewhere.
Yeah, and a lot of expended brass in the ground.
Yeah.
Well, if these are as fast as you allege, dear.
Well, I doubt that my 9mm would have done much to it, but I'd have tried.
Yes, yes.
I thought my theory was that they were so amazed at Steve that they were just,
At Steve.
Nick, you said you
I
you
guess I
estimated
could
there was
see
more
that
than
about
one,
Steve.
correct?
I estimated 3 to 5 there from when you guys were showing us the analyzed version.
And the fine.
Buddies. I mean, and they were all near each other. I mean, they must have been amazed at Steve saying, "This guy's got a set because, wow, marking his territory right in front of us."
Mm-hmm.
That's a slap in the face, a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are just two lucky people. I mean, I think it at least once a week. It's just amazing.
Yeah, you could see the claw on the bottom part of that screen just coming around the tree like, what the hell is this guy thinking about?
Well, Adam Shepard went out to that very tree, located the exact tree. We verified it was the correct one, and there's no bushes or anything there that could have been. There's no other trees near that tree. It's kind of standing off by itself, and where that head would be is about 8 feet off the ground.
Man.
Look at those eyes and everything.
And it's not just 8 foot off the ground, standing up normal. It's crouching down, looking,
and leaning out,
like out of the side. Like, what the hell's going on over there? Like, why is he peeing in my spot? Like, what is he thinking?
The bigger question is why they didn't come out and slice and dice. I mean, they must have thought that Steve was an unusual specimen or something.
Well, it wasn't just a few seconds after that video stopped that we got in the van and left. We didn't hang out down there.
Roger, I'm going to have to get back to you on that because there is so many stories about the Rougarou. I have found out that there are stories that they tell tourists and stories that they tell locals. So I need to weed out the fact from the fiction, so to speak. But there's stuff that you'll hear, just them telling locals or the tourists that come by, oh yeah, such and such happened, such and this happened, that happened. But I also think that there is a lot that the locals know that they won't share with what they call outsiders. So it's kind of like Hawaii, like you have to live there so long before they're going to tell you what's up.
Well, show them your can of Tony Sashrays, and so they'll know you're a local, and let them tell you the story.
And somebody put up there telling you should go to a 44 or a 45. Well, a 45 travels about 950 feet per second, and the 44 mag is a heavier hitter. The problem is the 44, you're going to have 6 shots in a revolver. The 45 is a big round, but it travels so slow that it's not going to penetrate. And you want to penetrate on anything like a dogman or a Sasquatch, because just think about it. A bear has about 5-6 inches of fat backed up by about 5-6 inches of muscle, and you got to penetrate all that. And that 45 is really not going to do it.
And that's why I want the 50 GI conversion from Guncrafter Industries.
Yes, sir. Oh, God, yeah.
In ballistics test, it went through over 40 inches of ballistics gel.
And how many rounds does that take in a mag?
The original mag that they created for it was, I believe, 6 rounds. But they've released a new mag for it that actually holds 9.
Oh, man. Plus 1 in the pipe.
Plus 1 in the pipe. So 10 rounds of 50 caliber GI.
10 rounds and you're ready to go, and 50 cal out there. That's a wonderful thing.
So 10
but that's rounds. What you go to after you run out in the rifle.
Yeah. And for the rifle, I would recommend something in the 458 caliber. Or possibly even a 45-70.
Well, you got to make sure and unload that rifle at a good distance before you have to go to the Guncrafter, 50 cal.
Well, they taught us in the police academy that the pistol's only purpose was for you to fight your way to your rifle.
That's smart.
My way of thinking.
And no, I don't have any night vision gear. I wish I did.
My way of thinking is once the rifle, if the thing is still standing after you used your rifle and put 12 in it from that, then you go to the pistol and give it everything you got just to see if that'll help.
Well, if the rifle runs quiet, if I can get quickly to the weapon in time, I'm going with the 15 rounds of slugs that I've got in my Keltec KSG. If that doesn't adjust its attitude, nothing will.
No.
Then you better start throwing the holy water at it.
And the black salt and the white salt.
At that point, you do your best to just taste bad.
Or you
Cover
take
yourself in Tony Chachere's.
You take out a big doobie of sage and you smoke it with them. I don't know, something, but if that doesn't do anything to it, then you know it's something different.
If it's dog man, if it's going to eat me, I'm going to make sure I've got chocolate in multiple pockets.
He's going to give you diarrhea.
That's right.
If you're going to eat me, I'll fix you.
You get the chocolate.
What do you guys know about, say, remember back in the 60s and 70s, we heard about the CIA drop-offs they would get to their agents. When they would drop off the material in the spycraft stuff, that animals would get to it.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way they could keep the animals from getting to these drops was Tabasco sauce.
That'll work.
Do you think it'll work against these things, Tabasco sauce?
I would say probably use cayenne pepper, a lot of it.
Like I was telling you guys.
Sorry, my camera's going out.
Like I was telling you folks last week when we went up to Highland Park, New York, we spread out cans and cans of red cayenne pepper because a dog man and a Sasquatch, they have enhanced senses, just like a wolf would have, or an animal out there, a mountain lion, and it's going to bother their nose. It's going to bother their eyes. They don't need to have enhanced senses of their eyes for it to bother them. So that's the best thing.
I've got a friend up in Wyoming, and I won't say his name because I don't think he really wants his name talked about on the air. I tried to get him to come on the show, but he sent me a text message the other day with some interesting pictures that, again, I don't have permission to share, so I can't share them, but I might show you guys offline. He was asking me, he said, I know you just write books, but you've done a lot of research. How do I keep these things away from my house? And apparently he's been having a lot of trouble with Sasquatch creatures looking in his windows, trying the doors, opening the doors on his vehicles if he doesn't leave them locked. And I suggested to him to put up motion-activated lights and trail cams because they avoid trail cams. I said, cover every angle of your house with a trail cam, and they will stay. They just avoid. I think it's the IR signature that for the motion sensor in the trail cam, they avoid it. Same with the motion sensors on the light. And I haven't heard back from him, since I sent him that, and I hope it worked for him. But yeah, him and his wife both were they don't go outside after dark. He said if the dog's got to go to the bathroom after dark, they just go in the house.
What does he have, Dogman or Squatch up there?
Squatch.
He really should. Yeah, he has dogs, so he can't really do that, but he really should put the pepper along the different windows that he has.
Mm-hmm.
I want to comment on that. I mean, I kind of feel like, we're mentioning about heightened senses and stuff. Electronics put out a very specific hum of noise.
Mm-hmm.
So like if anybody ever works like professional audio or like mixing sound signals, stuff like that, whenever you're dealing with wiring or stuff like that, there's a specific hum. And anything electrical that's whirring will get the annoyance of certain types of animals. Dogs will, certain pitches will really upset them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they created the dog whistle, right? To help with training and stuff like that. But so my theory is that, dogmen, Sasquatch and stuff like that, they avoid these things because there is a pitch coming from them
Mm-hmm.
that really just irks like fingernails on a chalkboard kind of deal. And it's not so much that they're trying to hide or be discreet or anything like that. It's just like, God, make that stop. Well,
that's why I've showed you guys before. I don't have them down here because I have them upstairs right now charging. But I have these balls that are electronic flashbangs, and and they flash out like 2,000 lumens, and the decibel sound is extremely annoying to animals. I mean, I've tested it out on animals momentarily, so it wouldn't hurt them or anything. But yeah, it does work, and it's extremely aggravating even to humans. That's why a lot of my, well, all my team members, we have two types of whistles. I don't know if you guys could see them,
Yes.
but they're hypersonic whistles. And this one here goes up to 146 decibels. This one here is more like 148 decibels. And if they're coming, you might as well hit them in every way you can. Then I'll start pulling out the holy water and the salt and the sage and all that other stuff. But
Chocolate.
in the meantime, I'm gonna, yeah, here, have a Reese's Pieces.
Cover yourself with Tony Sachets.
Man. You
got to be careful with the Tony Sachets, then you're just going to attract a Rougarou.
And they like it.
They like it. They're going to be
Wow.
Roger would put cashew butter all over himself and say, "Here I am."
Whoa! No! That's that one over there.
What did I do?
You're the one that's into attracting them. I'm not. It's okay.
Saving the garlic butter.
Cashew stuff.
Lord.
No way. I'm running as fast as I can. And culturally, I can.
No wall is too high. No ocean too broad.
Oh, no, there are broad oceans for me. So, but walls, yeah, I'm way out of practice, but I could take a 6-foot wall before, but haven't done it lately.
I'm not climbing no wall, but there might be a fat guy silhouette in one.
All right, Kool-Aid man.
That's pretty good.
All these things are good and fine. Mossberg 590, with the clip fed and all this and that. But the whole idea is you have a creature running at you. How many people have it in them to stand and deliver, as they say, right? Just stand there while this thing is coming at you. I was up in Washington State as like the partner, quote, bodyguard for a buddy of mine who was hunting bear, and he had a huge grizz bearing down on him. And I had to react. I was 10 feet off to his left. I was like at his 4 o'clock, and he was just peering down a telescope down into the valley. And here's this bear coming at him to his left. And then 1.308 round right here, boom, right between, just above the nose, that took the thing out. But I mean, this thing was coming like, I swear they can get up to like 50 miles an hour after a few, steps. Bam, they're off. So, I mean, we can imagine we're talking about a dogman or a Sasquatch coming at you, something that huge. Are you able to hit it? Are you able to hit it in a spot where it's going to stop them?
You'd better hope so.
Yeah. In that case,
You better be able to hit a moving target going faster than a car.
Because the alternative is an unwilling participant in the Bigfoot prom.
That's it. Man.
One comment never left me alone.
The thing is, Dreem, that you offered it up. Nothing will ever, ever, ever change that.
That was your go-to.
Yeah.
Right, that was.
Right. Well, I don't have any guns. I don't have any weapons. I'm not fast enough to outrun anybody. Definitely not a bullet or a Sasquatch. But extreme penetrator. That sounds horrible.
I have heard of that. It's a round designed to punch through heavy, dense muscle and flesh.
So it looks like a screw bit. So
yeah.
it's
Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
way. Oh, and to answer your question, well, not that you asked it, Nick, but I think the only one that would stand up to something like that charging them is probably someone who had position and who, had he or she had their fortifications in place. I think they're the only ones that would stand up to them. I equate it to the Predator when they figured they weren't going to get out that night and they set up a defensive perimeter. I think that's probably the only time they might actually hold their ground. Otherwise, yeah, I think they're running. Nothing against them.
Yeah.
Nah,
There's no excuse for no excuse for that. I mean, you're not going to just give up and empty your clip and just stand there and get shredded to bits. I mean, you got to do everything you can. You got to go in prepared, which is
there you go.
what Nick was talking about. You know, you go in prepared for what you're doing. You don't just go in and
Oh.
pretend you got your big gallon of water and your Taco Bell that you brought with you for later and a couple Slim Jims and be like, yeah, I'm good. You know, you got to bring in appropriate things.
And what I've always said is because I'm basing this on the large grizzly bears, large polar bears, things that are going to take something down that large. You got to penetrate, and like the tungsten-based rounds that they have out. Those things are penetrator rounds. I mean, that's something that's going to go through all that. But at the same time, you hit one of them in the shoulder, it's still going to come at you. It's going to be angry as all. You have to hit it with either one killing round or you got to keep firing until you can take it down. In which case, I'm going to want to have all the ammo, in that magazine as I could possibly have.
True.
Yeah,
Or
it's
something
literally
like this. Dreem, this is what you need. This is from Smith & Wesson. It's the 460 XVR. The XVR stands for Extreme Velocity Revolver. The bullets are traveling over 2,000 feet per second. Tremendous muzzle power, and it will shoot multiple types of ammo. This thing, people use it to hunt Kodiak.
So
Oh,
if
the
I
bear?
fire this thing, am I going to go through the tree directly behind me?
You might.
Well, let's put it this way. Even with the compensator on the end of that barrel that I could see, it's going to kick up. So you're going to have to, practice enough to come back and track, and maybe, put a few more rounds into it.
Well, this is one of the outfitters that have set it up to hunt bear.
Oh shit!
Wow.
That thing is giant.
Yeah. Now take that extreme penetrator ammo and put it in that.
Problem is, you gotta stand there and fire and hit it.
That's a hand cannon. That's one you take your time with because you only get 6 tries.
I fired surprisingly, it wasn't too bad, the recoil on a 50 cal Desert Eagle DA, and it wasn't that bad. I was back on track immediately. I guess it's the weight of the gun and the way they designed it. It's just an amazing piece.
I've never shot the Desert Eagle 50, but I had a friend that had a Desert Eagle 44, and I shot that quite a few times, and it was just a hoot and a half. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I imagine the 50 wouldn't be a whole lot worse.
You really got to put the rubber handles on that. This way you can grip it properly and
Good Pacmar grip.
Yeah. Those Pacmeyers or any other brand that's cushiony enough to keep your hands around it. But I'll tell you, the 50 cal is a beautiful piece.
Thanks, Claudia. Oh, I mean Dreem. Thank you.
He's going to pee in the next one.
How do we
And
know he
speaking
hasn't
of
already
such,
done that?
Forgive me, gentlemen.
He may have already peed in that one. We don't know.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. I've known the kid for a
Hey,
while.
I need to give him his drink so I can have mine.
I had a panic attack there for a second,
Hey.
Dreem.
It is only 9:00 over here.
I had a panic attack there for a second. When you started to pull that cork out, I just had this image of you dropping the bottle, and I was going to scream.
No. No.
Be like, no!
That's not gonna happen. It's such a beautiful freaking bottle, man.
Oh, yeah, I
don't
kept
know
the-
if you can, I don't.
I
Can
kept
you,
the
does
Dalmor
it-
12. Yeah, it's
you-
got that stag's head inlaid in the glass.
that
Yeah, the
is
Dalmor
amazing.
12 is the same. It's a beautiful bottle. I
That
kept
is
it.
I'm gonna have to keep this one. This is just a gorgeous bottle.
I don't keep a lot of bottles, but I kept that Dalmor bottle.
She made me jump. I opened the door, and there she was with a pizza. I think I just lost
I'm just
a
like,
pound. Oh, my God. And when you held the bottle up, I'm like, and I told, God, give me a saw!
what kind of pizza did you get?
Little Caesars, apparently.
Little Sleezers.
I didn't know that was coming, to be honest. I thought we forgot about it. But thank you.
Well, Dream, I'll tell you, it's 12:19 where I am.
Oh man, I like these West Coast shows more than the being in Louisiana.
Man,
This reminds me of that first episode. We were going till like 3-4 a.m.
Yeah, we went
It
forever.
Yes, and we were dying. I'm not gonna lie. I went through an entire bottle of something.
Who's
That was
commenting
really
from which admin is commenting from my page? That's funny. That's a
Big
comment
frame
from my
revolver.
page.
That's Josh.
Oh, it's Josh. Okay. Luis Noriega says I shot one of those at the gun show, and I shot one of those at the gun show that I go to over here in Corona, Norco, caliber 454. Those are beautiful. I love Desert Eagle's gas action and heavy forward, so it does stay on target. The Desert Eagle doesn't have a whole lot of barrel climb, not what you would expect.
no, not at all.
Josh Dalton's big frame revolver in 30-30 or 45-70. I've seen both of those. I've shot a 45-70 single shot pistol that broke down like a shotgun. I am telling you, wear wrist supports, because I didn't, and I could hardly hold an ink pen for like 3 days. It jammed the crap out of my wrists.
I'm gonna say if I ever have to go up against a Sasquatch or a dog man or something like that, I want one of those mini guns that Kodiak uses.
Yeah, the XM214.
Yeah, I will take the hurting in the arms and the wrists to be able to use that and live. But at least if I use that, I know I'll cut something in half.
Speaking of the XM214, what did you think of the scene in Operation Blood Eagle when he jumped out of the back of the chopper?
Jesus, I love that. My headphones fell off. Oh my god, I loved it so much. My headphones
I
fell
was
off.
thinking it's not the first time he did something like that, jumping from like they were going up against the Wendigo in the first one. It was the first one or the second book.
Second, the Wendigo was second. Curse of the Wendigo was second.
Yeah, he's jumping out with the Gladius. They're like 30 feet up, and they're jumping down.
Yeah, and just.
So he has no compunction about jumping.
No.
Oh man,
That man is not afraid to mix it up.
no, Kodiak is a beast, man, in every positive sense of the word. He did his damage, and he knew what was going down, and he is the friend that everybody wishes they had.
The big guy, yep.
Yep. Like when you want to make a smart ass comment, you want to make sure he's standing behind you. Look up the M134. It was used in the movie Predator and Suicide Squad. Nice. Thank you, Mr. Luis Noriega.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
The one that Luis is talking about, the M134, it's actually a smaller version of this one that I'm loading. And this is the XM214.
That's what Kodiak's using.
With one hand.
With one hand. Then he has another one in the other hand.
Now the one in the DA, the one in the book, is he using a box magazine?
He's got a backpack.
Yes. Oh my God.
He's got a backpack with about 3,500 rounds in it.
Oh.
He is going to do some heavy damage.
Yeah, and he'll burn the guns out, then just change and go on.
Yep. And then do more damage.
Yeah, do some significant damage on his own.
The 15 to 16 foot bear. He will destroy things.
He is a big, big boy.
Yeah.
Roger Peacock says 45-70 pistol wasn't that bad to me, but I was prepared for it to try to blow my arms off. I was not. It was my uncle's gun. My uncle Buddy, the inspiration for Jay Matoska, and he's like, it's not that bad. I'm like, okay. And then when I picked myself up off the ground, he goes, worse than you thought, didn't it? What? I'm like, you did that on purpose. Yes, I did.
Oh my God.
Luis says a Thompson Contender pistol 45 caliber is pretty good. The 45 is a good round, but it is a slow round.
Yeah, just too slow.
and it doesn't get a whole lot of penetration. For something like that, something like a renegade cryptid, a dogman, or a Bigfoot with that much muscle mass and that much dense bone, you're gonna need something that really punches through the tissue.
Yes.
You're muted,
Unmute
Roger.
yourself.
Teacher,
What's up, man?
why is the 45 a slow round?
The 45 caliber round is shorter and broader than, say, its next neighboring cousin, the 9mm. It all has to do with the amount of powder used and the grain of the bullet. And the 45 caliber bullet is just it's a powerful bullet, and it packs a lot of punch when it hits. It's just a slow moving round because it's a heavier slug. The problem you run into with these bigger rounds is they tend to travel slow unless you pack in a hell of a lot of powder. That's why when you look at the 45-70 round, it's roughly the same diameter as a 45 caliber pistol round, but it's this long, as opposed to a 45 round, which is about yay long.
It's about that long.
Oh no.
Yeah, 45-70 round is probably, Nick, what would you say, 7 inches?
Just under, yeah.
Yeah, probably in the ballpark of 6 to 7 inches.
I mean, we're talking a humongous.
It is a big old round.
Oh my God! If any of that Gatling gun that you were showing, if any of you guys were in the military and you saw a Spectre gunship, C-130, firing out their Gatling gun down, they can clear the area of like 2 football fields with the 308 rounds going down there. Like there's every inch is covered, going back and forth, and it's just devastating, just absolutely devastating, that thing.
Well, Nick, several years ago when DA was on our program, we were talking about some movies, and we mentioned Black Hawk Down.
Mm-hmm.
And
Great movie.
What's very frustrating is even in the movie, you can see the C-130 Spectre gunships on the tarmac.
Right.
And we've talked about it. Had one had one Spectre gunship gone up, we would not have seen what we saw happen in Mogadishu.
Problem is
just one.
Those are not precise weapons. Those are area of effect weapons. But you wouldn't just get the terrorist; you'd get the neighboring block.
Yes, but you would have kept them away. Because remember,
they were trying to prevent civilian casualties. Is why they limited their contact.
But Roger, I went over that and analyzed that time and time again because it just was something that shouldn't have happened. I think that they were so stuck on their own selves about how they should do it that they didn't think of tactics. What I would have done was 2-3 weeks before, going on any kind of a raid, or immediately when I went there, I would have put 4 helicopters going over the city from the camp over the city every day, just to lull them into, a sense of, it's there again. So what? Just keep putting the helicopters flying over. But as soon as they put helicopters in the air, they started burning tires.
Yes, they started signaling.
Smoke going in the air, and that's their Ma Bell telephone system. But they should have lulled them into a sense of security, saying, "Oh, they're not going to do anything."
Yeah, those helicopters don't mean anything.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't do that. As a, if you're going to go through the front door, at least, do something in the back to get their attention. Now that 45-70 round, look at that compared to a 357 Magnum, which is a massive round.
That is a crap load of powder.
Look how it's at least twice as big as the 357.
Would you put the image up one more time, DA?
Sure.
I recognize the 357. My brother had them. The 38. I remember the 9mm, and I remember the 22.
Mm-hmm.
I've held those, and based on what I remember, it's a little flatter, a little heavier, but the 45 kind of does look like that 9mm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same, obviously.
They're about the same length.
They look the same, I think.
It would look like the 40, except a little chunkier.
Yeah.
Now the 40, I don't know. I don't like the 40 myself. much rather go up to the bigger brother, the 10 millimeter, because that's more on par with the 44 Magnum. You know, you got a lot more punch, and especially if you're going to have hard nose ammo.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go out there with anything else but, because you need penetration with these things.
A lot of these bigger rounds, like the 30-30 round or the 45-70 round, a lot of the primary ammo that you can get is soft-nosed ammo, which is designed to break open inside, and then it would do a lot of damage, what they call cavitation or the wound cavity. However, if, as MK Davis was telling us, how much denser that flesh is, that would be like blowing a chunk out of the surface. Yeah, it's going to bleed. It's going to hurt like a bastard, but it's probably not going to be fatal. That's why you would need specialized rounds, solid core ammo, rounds that are not designed to spread open like a hollow point on impact, because those are soft-nosed hunting rounds. They're designed to do a lot of tissue damage to take down deer or elk or whatever you're shooting at.
He's correct. I mean, the hollow points is not something you want. Hollow points are made to stop humans.
Exactly.
Those type of creatures, even bears, you really need. There's a tungsten round out there that can be had, but not easily. And tungsten is just going to punch through like nobody.
Just get your standard green tips, your armor piercers. You can do a lot of damage with those. Shoot.
Would it be effective to use like a hollow point to blow a big chunk out, and then like have the second round loaded with something that's a piercer, just so you have less to get through if you can hit that same point twice?
It would also get that same effect. Instead of doing that with two different guns or two different rounds, just use a sabot round. The outer part of the sabot is gonna peel off and cause a cavitated wound, and the internal part of that round is gonna punch right on inside.
And the thing is that going your way, Dreem, if you're using a rifle, you're going to hit them with the first round, the hollow point. How do you know that isn't your only shot that you're going to be able to take?
Yeah, on a moving target also, even if he's 100 meters out, a moving target, the chances you hitting the exact same spot on a moving target twice,
yeah,
you've got to be Superman with a gun. I couldn't make the shot.
No, you're really
not on a moving animal.
And as far as the sabot round, you're talking a shotgun then,
and or a flechette round.
Yeah,
that'll punch it.
Well, flechette round's pretty nice.
Yeah, I do apologize. We're having a technical difficulty, as you can tell. Dreem is not on the network. Okay, he's back.
Hello.
Hola.
I noticed the sound got a lot quieter. I thought it was on my end.
Oh no, I am now wired in because my headset was dying. Oh, that was a loud.
Sorry.
I don't know.
That wasn't me. That was not me.
You guys are able to eat it, before the pizza gets cold.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We should get some of that.
Yeah, the pizza. Gentlemen, I want to switch gears very quickly. There was another creature that is in Southeast Asia, but more likely in the island of Java. I'm going to put the link right there in the chat room, but it's the Genduro.
Genduro?
Yes, that one. Yes, I put a link there. If you guys want to check it out, there's actually a video sighting of it, and if you do check the link, it's in Indonesia, and the sighting is on YouTube as well. It's crazy. Obviously, they call it ghost hunting, but they believe that this is a sighting. So if you click on the page, it'll direct you there, and it's crazy. The video runs about 2:38, and they're calling out to it. If you guys check out the video, and I guess I'll see if I can switch over to it right now. It's not going to look all that well, but check it out. Oh, thank you, Claudia. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean Dreem. I apologize. That's what she does too. Yeah, so I'm kind of used to that. All right.
Roger, what's the spelling on that?
It is GENDERUWO.
Oh, Genderol. Okay.
Genderol. Now check out the video. I know you can't hear the sound, but they're looking for something.
Is this CGI or is this a real video?
It looks to be a real video. It's just blown up right now, so it doesn't look. You're getting some pixelation,
Yeah.
but there's something there. And you're going to see some images right in just a moment. Oh, sorry. My pizza's limp. Check it out. There it is. It is right behind the bamboo.
They're supposed to have upturned tusks, so look for any kind of tuskies. Oh, look, see?
Yeah, look at that.
The hell is that?
Look at that. You can see the eyes.
Yeah, look at that.
And something else.
And rightfully, they back up.
Hell yeah!
No, why would they do that? Jeez.
Because they're crunchy and they taste good with butter.
No hot sauce? Jeez.
Well, it's Thailand. Everything's hot.
Actually, this is Java, I believe.
Oh, Java.
Yeah,
So,
close enough.
Yeah.
And you're going to see it again in about 10 seconds. So these guys are nervy or stupid. I don't know which.
Or drunk.
I mean, they're lighting them up. And
Check it out. There it is again.
hello. Hello, my little friend.
Wow. And there's some other images, other videos, but that's the one that I saw right there. That's crazy.
Definitely.
This thing is a mythical creature from Java, Indonesia. It's described as a reddish or black-skinned hairy humanoid with large and muscular body. As a matter of fact, I have another image of it right here. Forgive me.
Don't leave out the bulging eyes and the tusk.
Yeah. See it right here. And again, this is from cryptids.fandom.com.
Is it got wings?
I don't know.
It looks kind of like in the picture.
It's a skinned, hairy humanoid with large and muscular body. Within Javanese mythology, this creature is said to be supernatural in nature with the ability to disappear and appear at will or transform into human. Genderuo is described generally as a muscular, hairy humanoid with reddish black skin and bulging eyes. But because of its supernatural ability, it may appear at first as a hairy dwarf humanoid, but can transform quickly into gigantic humanoid when approached by human. Wow. It is also said to have the ability to communicate with humans and even transform into human to trick us. It is said that this individual possesses magnificent sex drive and a hypnotic skill. They seduce women by transforming into their husbands and inhabit. Okay, well, there's more to read on there if you'd like.
We'd have to get out of there quickly before it grabbed Dream.
Yeah, this is going into dreamland, both figuratively and literally. It is said to be seen all over Java Island. If you asked any Javanese villager, chance are they might have seen one. Genderuo form colonies on various forests and mountains within Java, but they can also be found individually hiding on huge trees or bamboo forests near human habitation. Just like other ghosts found in Indonesia, they can also inhabit dark and human places like abandoned buildings. Wow. Greg says they look like trolls. Roger says get someone to make some solid brass. Oh yeah, extreme penetrators for the 12 gauge.
Yeah, that'll punch some stuff. Well, they also make a 12 gauge round called a Hesh round, and it's designed for shredding, well, body armor. But I would say would probably do have the same effect on a cryptid. They punch their way through a lot of stuff. Todd Hunter says sounds like a demon type thing.
Yeah, but it seems like it, but there's a little more to it. I just didn't want to read all of it. It's something that you guys can check it out. Um, it's something that can form a human Genero hybrid, and it's referred to the great granddaddy of obscure monster genre, which inspired, some other things. So you guys will probably just check it out. I just didn't want to repeat it on air.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. There's some things that we don't want to get nailed for. Oh, sorry to mean that, but get in trouble for.
Yes.
Yeah. In another link, which I'm going to go ahead and post in the chat room, it refers to the mountains, or I'm sorry, the monsters of Indonesia. And of course, for those of you that know and don't know, Indonesia consists of over 3,000 islands and is one of the least explored areas in the world. And it's crazy. They have quite a few animals. They have the Oran Pendek, is said to resemble a 1 meter tall, powerfully built ape. They also have Sigua. It's an aggressive cat that dwells east of Mount Kerinci. You have fish and stuff, and there's
They have
just a lot
Komodo
in
dragons,
Indonesia.
Roger.
Really, it's in Indonesia, huh?
There's 4 islands in Indonesia that you can only find the Komodo dragons, and I mean, if anybody's ever seen them, in person, that it's crazy. But I mean, if you even watching them on some kind of a Discovery Channel, these things are gigantic and they're vicious, and they'll if you're a human over there, they'll go after you.
They're not very fast, are they?
What's that?
Are they fast?
They are fast. You can't
Okay.
outrun them.
I understand that with them, when they bite you, the infection is what kills you.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Well,
Yeah.
the multiple bites too, but the infection will kill you. If you've only gotten one bite, that's what it says. I mean, there's some kind of poison in their saliva.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they catch you on the beach or something, I mean, that's it.
Well, there was a story from World War II where they got a bunch of Japanese soldiers.
Yeah. And they found parts of the bones here and parts of the bones there.
Like a crocodile, they can digest the bone.
I mean, you should see these things, the way they move. It's amazing. They're moving like a sloth in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, boom, they just zip right out, and then that's it. That's the end of that. And there's no, I'm not trying to be funny. There's no talking them down either. There's no nice puppy or anything like that. They are aggressive, and that's it. They're aggressive, and that's all they know. But they're only on 4 islands in the Indonesia area.
As a matter of fact,
Coming to Florida soon.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, right?
Yeah, they're releasing everything else in the Everglades. Why not? Why not Komodo dragons?
Coming to the Louisiana Bayou pretty soon.
Yeah, it's
only
sad.
down there they would call them good eating.
Yeah, that's right. Dreem will put it up on the menu. Komodo dragon today.
Komodo things kind of taste like gator.
Don't taste like chicken. Tell you that much.
They're all right if you put enough Tony Sachets on them.
Wesley O-Ring says that Komodo dragons bite, then track to the animal or prey drops. That's kind of what I thought I'd heard.
Once their saliva gets into the blood, yeah. It's not a pleasant death.
As a matter of fact, the Komodo dragon was listed near the very end of the article I was reading right there on cryptids.fandom.com, Monsters of Indonesia.
Yeah, because think about it. I mean, if these things are only on 4 islands, right? And if we weren't living in the age of Google and internet and stuff like that, that would just be another myth. Like, oh no, that doesn't really exist. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they didn't believe they existed until I think after World War II.
The reason I mentioned the Komodo dragon is because they used to be called cryptids at the time.
Yep.
Everybody says there's no such thing as dragons. No, they're gone.
There's no such thing as the billy ape.
These things are 3 meters long, man.
Well, some of the bigger ones, yes. And then you've got on the same islands, you get those stupid coconut crabs. Those things have killed people in the past.
Coconut crabs?
Mm-hmm. because they get huge. And people camping out and unawares that they're in the area, those things will come out and devour literally anything they can find when they come out, usually at night. And they've also been known to kill people by falling on them from trees because they're so big.
A crab.
It's a crab.
In a tree.
Yeah, they pop you in the head.
Is that what they call it? A crab tree?
Yeah, there you go.
Crab apples?
Hey guys, speaking of food and barbecue, I know we're not talking about it, but I came upon a barbecue sauce by Jim Beam.
Yes.
If you could ever get it or try it, it's out friggin' outrageous. I love it.
I need to try it.
Yep. It's not enough of an alcohol content for me, but
it's going to cook away anyway.
It does have some bourbon in it. It also has pineapple juice, and chunks of it. It's almost like a chutney type of a barbecue sauce.
Yep.
It is outrageous.
As a matter of fact, Greg mentions that there's a Komodo type big lizard in Australia. I was looking it up, and in several articles it said, or it's understood, that the Komodo dragon is believed to have differentiated from its Australian ancestors about 4 million years ago. However, recent fossil evidence from Queensland suggests the Komodo dragon actually evolved in Australia before spreading to Indonesia.
Yeah, no, I ain't going to Australia. There's too many critters out there that can kill you.
Not to mention the sharks.
Yeah.
Sharks, spiders the size of your dog.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's not even the largest specimens.
Oh, stop it.
No, he's right. There's ones that are way bigger than that. You can't pick them up.
That looks like some good eating, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Giant crab legs.
Before it eats you.
Here you go, Dreem. Go out to take your trash out and find that.
Oh my God.
And people think they have a problem with raccoons getting into their garbage.
Man, if that thing wandered up on my trash, it's over. It's mine. I'm eating it. I mean, crabs are fast, but they only move sideways. I mean, what you gonna do? Holy moly.
They will kill and eat literally anything they can find.
I'd take my chances with it. For that much crab, I wonder how much I'd get for it.
Well, Dreem, funny you should say that. I just found an image of somebody that apparently does have a recipe for them.
Yep. Now imagine her trying to hold the plate with that one crawling out the side of the trash can.
Holy moly! What are you gonna?
You
gonna boil it in a wash bin?
My phone.
Yeah, it gets out of it and throws you into the bin.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm not going in there.
It's going to be a fight to keep it in there.
And I'm just seated.
Hey, one
My grandmother used to cook crabs in this big pot, and when they tried to get out, she'd pop them in the head with a wooden spoon, Little Italian lady, 4'10", right? Wham! Get back in there.
Luis Noriega says, I just tried the Wendy's bourbon sauce burger today from Wendy's. I hope, was it good? Roger says that thing could feed a whole family, maybe more than one. Greg says, I'd like to see those dudes on Deadliest Catch try to catch those crabs. There are reports of those things killing people. Apparently people that before they knew they were in the area camped out and they came out of the holes and out of the trees at night and just laid into these people, and they were dead before they could get up.
I got an alert. I got a high heart rate right now, over 120 for over 10 minutes.
People don't realize some of the stuff around the world, and they're gigantic sizes too. You know what it is, DA? People need to get out to the museums and to zoos more often. I mean, the real ones.
Exactly.
I know people that are like, oh, like a rhinoceros, for instance. Oh, it's not that big. Not that big? You've never seen one in real life then.
Yeah, no kidding. They're huge animals.
And like you said, that one that guy was holding, even the one on a garbage can, They got ones that are a bit bigger than that one on the garbage can. Those
Yeah.
crabs. I mean, they are just absolutely huge. And sideways movement, yeah, they move sideways, but they can move fast.
Yeah, they're actually fairly quick. Rod, you okay?
I'm sorry for the theatrics. I guess you guys saw me look down at my phone. I received an alert. I had a high heart rate over 120 for over 10 minutes, and I was
Wow.
sedentary.
We're
So,
talking about some crazy stuff with you, so
yeah, I don't know if that was it.
down. Don't
So
get
I couldn't
nervous.
find my phone. I apologize, folks. Very few people know, and I guess I'm saying it now. Over the last week, when I didn't go to work and I was at home, I was regularly heart rate over 130 on numerous occasions. So that had stopped already, and now it just gave me that alert. So hopefully it's just minor. I'm gonna have it checked out. But I'm sorry. I looked at my watch, and it's crazy, folks. I no theatrics, but there it is. Oh, rat bastard! It went dark, but there it is. It's 124. So
So we switched to water. We stopped with the alcohol and the soda.
yeah, I do apologize. Gonna be fine. Just the alert goes off when it measures that I'm sedentary and my heart rate reaches 124. That's why I flinched. I apologize, and I couldn't find my phone to confirm it, so I apologize.
No
Sorry
problem.
for the theatrics, folks.
No problem.
No, it was. I'm a little unnerved after what happened about 10 days ago. Ugh. So
I beat you,
we're
DA.
good.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Well, you may have won, but I'm going to give you nightmares.
Oh, guys, stop it!
Whoa.
You little devil.
It's coming in your bedroom window, man.
That thing is big.
That's awesome.
Try hitting
Thank
it
you,
with
Todd.
a shoe and see what happens.
No, you got to grab out the Louisville Slugger,
Thank
and
you, Todd.
maybe you might make a dent.
How much do those things weigh?
Let me look
50 to 60 pounds, I would
Let me-
imagine.
Let me look them up.
And mind you, they're armor plated.
Yeah.
Well, an Easton baby.
The coconut
don't know.
crab is a species of terrestrial hermit crab, also known as the robber crab or the palm thief. It is the largest terrestrial arthropod in the world, with a weight of up to 4.1 kilograms, and can grow up to 1 meter, 3 feet 3 inches in length, and from each tip to tip of the leg. It's found on islands across the Indian Ocean and parts of the Pacific Ocean as far east as the Gambier Islands and the Pitcairn Islands. Similar to the distribution of the coconut palm, it has been expatriated from most areas with a significant human population, including mainland Australia and Madagascar. Coconut crabs also live off the coast of Africa near Zanzibar.
Field trip.
No.
With a lifespan of up to 60 years.
All right, now
Oh.
you were speaking a different language. You got to speak American. How many
American.
kilograms in pounds?
This is up 9 pounds.
9 pounds.
Greg
That's not
says,
that bad.
didn't I see one of those on Johnny Quest? I think we
Probably.
did. Yes. Roger has a great line, which we didn't respond to. You're just making
Yep.
Dream hungry, DA.
Damn right. Damn right.
Now he wants crab legs.
I don't have my Easton around here, but for those of you that have seen, what is it, the AMC program, the zombie program, the
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead, that guy has Lucille, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my equalizer is Easton. So whenever someone gets on my nerves, I'm like, oh, where's Easton? And so I'm thinking of my own version of Lucille.
Is that an aluminum bat?
Good God, yes.
Speaking of things to smash things with, didn't you and Dreem have an unboxing to do?
We actually, yes, I guess we do.
Ooh.
So
Yeah,
we're going to set
I'd like
that
to
up
see
right
that.
now. Okay.
I'm going to go grab it.
All right. Thank you, Dream. Yes. The cover is actually off of it already because it's a huge box. It's this big, and he's going to bring it over right now. You can see, actually, you can see it right there. Glamdrin.
The faux hammer.
That's the box. It's Glamdrin. That is from the Lord of the Rings. It is Gandalf's sword. So check it out. Dream's going to do it right now because that was the whole thing. I wasn't going to open the box until Dream was here, and there it is. Check this bad boy out. Oh, thank you, Pam. Yeah. Oh. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Look at that, boys and girls.
Very nice.
Nice piece of metal. Wow.
Check it out. Look at that.
Woo.
I actually
It's
zoomed
got
in
the
on
Deathek runes on it too.
Yes. Look at that. And it is heavy. You've all seen the one that I have for Aragorn, which my daughter Gmo purchased. But she found out that my favorite character was and always has been Gandalf. So, for those of you that remember the game, Warrior is about to die. That was
Blue Warrior is about to die.
Oh wait. Hold on, Nick. What's that?
It's Thor's hammer.
Oh, that's right. Yes, check it out.
And this
Nick-
is not easy to do, by the way.
Nick is worthy.
You can make this heavier by adding lead shot or steel shot in the top.
Oh yeah, that is sweet. That is cool. But Roger says possibly my favorite sword from the Lord of the Rings, Glamdrin's or Aragorn's. I wonder because I have Aragorn's. I know I've had it. I don't think I've shown it in the program, but in some of the older episodes, I did show Aragorn's. That one's outside. Very nice. Where did you get it? Forgive me a moment. Gmo, would you come over, sweetheart? You guys all know my daughter. She's coming around the corner right now. She's going to tell us real quick where she was able to get this sword. There she is, Gmo. Hi, sweetheart. Where did you procure Glamdrin?
Where did I what?
Where'd you buy it?
Amazon?
Amazon.
Yeah, I got it at Amazon.
Yeah. Where did you get Aragorn's? Also. Dreem.
Nick, you're on crab duty.
What it? Oh, a little tap with Thor's hammer would crack the crab. That's pretty good.
That's true. That is true.
What is the name of Aragorn's sword?
Elendil.
Arendelle.
Anduril. Flame of the Waste.
The Flame
of the
Waste.
Waste. Anduil, yes.
The shards of Narsil.
The shards of Narsil
Yes.
were forged again to become Anduril.
Flame of the
Yes.
West.
And I do have that one, but it's in the shed. It's locked up right now. But
As it should be.
And I thank you. But I'm going to show it to Dream. So there'll be pictures. There'll be porn pictures later of Dream with the sword. And yeah. So Amazon, folks.
He is Thomas the Barbarian.
Hey, Roger, off topic real quick,
Sir.
just for you. Ask your doctor if for your high heart rate, if you can use Lexapro, a very low dosage.
I'm actually familiar with Lexapro, so I am. I am a bit concerned. I had an appointment on Friday, but it was canceled. So I'm going to be calling my primary care tomorrow again to follow up. I don't want to make a big deal of it, folks, but yeah, I am concerned. Do I have stress in my life right now? Yeah. I'm not going to BS anyone either, but thank goodness, folks. As I mentioned, I don't think I mentioned to Dream, but to a few other people, they're first world problems. So I'm actually okay with it. It's kind of like what I talked about on my Jedi.tax program. It's like looking down a tunnel, a very, very long tunnel, and it has a curve. You may not see the sunlight, but you know it's there, and you just got to keep moving forward. You will find the sunlight as long as you keep moving forward. If you stop and give up, you'll never find it. And right now, I don't know where I am in the tunnel, but yeah, I'm moving forward. First world problems, folks. And I forgive me, I am going to get a tad emotional. I was stunned by the response that I received on Facebook. Folks, I need you to understand that I was unconscious in my room. Paramedics discovered me. They took me over to the hospital, and I remember images and stuff. And I became lucid in trauma. And I tried to get up, and all the wires were over me. I had, I had one here. I had where they had taken the blood. They'd also done this too. I've got wires everywhere. And I posted in the broken English because I was on stuff saying, "What's going on? Why am I in trauma?" And I said, "This isn't good." So I didn't mean to create. It's like, I'm here. Can anyone tell me why I'm here? That's why I was posting that, folks, for no other reason. If you look at it, look, I am not an English major, folks, but I don't make the mistakes that are in that sentence. So you can tell I was on stuff that they had given me to calm me, to help me out and stuff. But I do appreciate that, Nick. I am going to look into. I am. I'm worried. I'm worried. It's strange, and that's why I had to confirm it on my phone, because sometimes I might get not necessarily a false reading here, but it alerts me to an activity, and then I confirm it on the iPhone, and I did. I know you can't see it right now, but there it is. High heart rate notification at 9:46 p.m. And what that high heart rate means, that the phone and the watch are detecting that I'm sedentary for over 10 minutes with the high heart rate.
Man,
That's what that is. So when you saw me, guys, look down and you saw me, I know you didn't, but if you look back at the video, you'll understand why all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, where's my phone? I got to confirm this. So I apologize. I'm sorry for the theatrics.
No problem at all.
I am wide awake now.
man, wow.
So I am concerned, but thank goodness, folks, they're first world problems. Just, I have a hospital less than a mile away. My primary care is about the same. We'll see what it is. We'll see. But got to find out first. So this isn't dramatics, and I'm like, being all stronger. I'm like, no, it's just we're gonna find out. It can be fixed. So we'll see.
No, that's for sure.
Roger says, and I'm sorry, guys, but Nick, I thank you for sharing that with me. And folks, I didn't mean to throw the beans out there, but I was blown away.
Yeah, I can
I I can't say it enough. I was blown away on the response on Facebook. I was alone, folks. There's no other way I can say it. I was alone. And when I began to read all of the comments, I don't know why I thought I was alone. So forgive me for that. I'm sorry. When I started reading everything, I knew I was no longer alone. And I was able to get through that night, that morning, as I'm getting through it now. Sorry.
Roger, the reason why I mentioned that is because I have two friends that had high heart rates, and I had mentioned to one of them, because they both talk to each other, that it could be not so much physical but mental causing it, because they worry and their jobs are high stress and they worry. I mean, one guy was 310 beats per minute. I mean, that's crazy. They mentioned that to the doctor. The doctor put him on the lowest level of Lexapro, and everything goes down. They both take it at the same time of the day, 4:30 every day. Low level, and everything's nice and nice. But, I guess the job that you do, you got a lot on your mind.
A little bit. But again, folks, look, I am a lowly public servant. Yes, I do stuff on the side as well. But I have people that surround me and remind me when I guess they see that I don't remember, and they remind me that I'm not alone. I don't like making a big deal of this. This is the most I've even talked about this to anyone. But it was unfortunate that did happen, and I genuinely did get scared because I had to confirm it. And I was like, oh my God. So Dreem, you guys saw he was helping me find it too. And the damn phone was right here on my desk.
Wow.
So I apologize. So it's
You
all
ain't going
good.
anywhere, Roger, till we go to Alaska. Sorry.
Yeah,
Then you can get
definitely.
scared.
He's
Yeah.
got to get healthier for that, and we did cut the alcohol for the night for him. I have made it my duty to consume all of the rest of this Dalmore and all the rest of this Glenlivet myself, to make sure that we don't waste it and that he doesn't get tempted to drink it later.
And Pam, you're not preaching. I would be stupid to get angry at that comment. It's kind of you to share that comment with me and with everyone here. Pam, I'm cool with it, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Dream, you're going
and
to have
he's
to take one for the team.
yep, and he's already on his second glass of water, so I'm
Yeah.
not. It's not like a new thing. I've been feeding
Yeah.
him water in his canteen cup.
You've been feeding me, so here we go. Look, this is still in there. I'm not finishing that. I'm
No,
done.
that's fine.
I am. Okay. Did you hear him? That's mine.
That's mine, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he said fine, but probably
No,
not.
that's mine. That's mine.
No, he did. He did.
He's taking one for the team. He's going to finish the bottle, and you don't have to.
I've
get
got
hurt by it.
mine right here, and he's got
Folks.
mine right there.
Folks, I rarely ever drink, and tonight was cool. I'm not used to the heavy liquor like that. I don't. My father, okay, here's some beans. My father drank every day, and he was a good man. I never went without, but I remember he drank every day. And my siblings disagree with my opinion, but I just remember he drank every day, and I just didn't like that. So I was lucky. I never had the desire to really drink. I was always the D&D, the designated driver.
I only drink on days ending in Y.
That's a no-brainer. But yeah, Roger, you're going to have to hang in there and get nervous when we go to Alaska and see the 20-foot Wendigos and
I'm actually okay with that, man.
25-foot Bigfoots. And
It's just I do have themes. Some of you know some of the stuff over the last 2 years. You know what I'm holding over me, so it's not a secret. I'm not going to do it on air right now because it's repetitious, duplicitous, whatever. Yeah, I've got some things, but they're first world problems, so I'm okay with it. Just got to get through them, folks, and I got to find out what this is, and we just move on. So yeah, I'm liking the water. Actually, the soda that I had a little bit earlier, this was only the second soda that I've had in about 10 days. So I'm doing real well.
that's good.
Well, I think I've officially lost the camera. I cannot get it to respond now.
Yeah, but the D.A. Roberts spear over there it's pulsating when you talk. That's cool.
Well, I'd like to take credit for that, but that's just something StreamYard does.
Well, next cryptid. How about Mothman? Good old Mothy.
Can defeat him with a large bonfire, like a candle.
That's all. He can't resist.
Drawn to the flame, the pretty lights. Just make a giant bug zapper. Yeah.
See, it's so easy to defeat these cryptids. Dogman, you just chocolate. Mothman, a big light bulb. Just got to think about it.
Dream, you're muted.
What was I going to say? You just grab the bat signal for Mothman. Just have him come straight there and just shoot him out of the sky. Good to go. Next.
DA, you're still there though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay, brother. As long as we know you're still there, life is good.
You see him? He's pulsating.
Pulsating. Oh, he's pulsating.
When I say
Next.
something, it kind of makes
Look at that. Isn't that cool? Damn.
a halo around the symbol.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pulsating? I can tell you something else that's pulsating.
I'm going to tell you, his wife asked if he could do that at night. Just talk to me. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got a snort. I'll take it.
I will too. That's funny. She says, Yeah, that's part of it. There's no doubt. And yes, I do with caffeine as well. But look, I'm not a so-called novice or virgin either, but I just think it's a combination of many things, and we just got to find out what it is. So that's why I refer to it as a first world problem. The house wasn't, there wasn't a great flood took my house away. There was an earthquake or volcano, you know, uh,
Chupacabra.
or chupacabra. Look, folks, I'm in the United States of America. Hey, I'm a municipal employee. I have insurance, thank goodness. You know what? It's a first world problem. I'm fortunate. I'm not complaining. I'm going to take advantage of the benefit that I have.
Just living the dream.
Yes,
Not
I
that,
am.
not that dream.
Oh, the other one.
Yeah, it is. So, D, how you doing over there, man?
I'm all right, a little sleepy.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
Wow.
That's why he turned off his camera so he could cuddle with his teddy bear,
Yeah.
His Rougarou?
his Rougarou bear.
Well, I do have Remy the Golden Rougarou. We need to do a challenge so somebody can get him.
You can have it, boss. I'm not going to do the challenge.
He's sitting on my mic.
Oh my
I
god!
mean, what is the challenge right now?
Well, the one was who had the most likes. That was the
All right, folks,
the
there it
challenge
is.
for you.
I want the most likes, please, folks. Need a little bit of help. Lewis, get off your butt. Start liking the
You
thing.
need 10 more because the current record is 28.
Holy moly!
It was 27.
Yeah, I got it by one.
Yeah, hey, good for you. It only took you like 8 months, but that's okay.
We haven't been doing this for 8 months. Nightmare Hunter is 6 months old.
All right, 8 months, 6 months. It's all good in the hood.
Oh my
And
goodness!
I'm on what, episode 16 this week of
You have
EAX?
done so many episodes, man. I can't keep up with you. You're putting out a lot of content. That's awesome.
I'm trying to do the same with the books.
Yes.
What's going on this week on the DA Machina?
Who's on this week? It is Alan Gamboa. He's a zombie writer,
Hmm.
a very good zombie writer.
Wow. That sounds interesting.
It'll
He
be
has
a good show. Alan was a CEO like I was. Only he actually he worked in Pelican Bay,
Where's that?
California.
Oh, all right.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
He
what
was the
you
CEO
said,
at Pelican Bay.
Gate. I was like, not the same one.
Yeah, he was the hardcore CEO in the prison system. I was a county jail.
Oh, you were in CJ. Nice. But does he write about different types of zombies?
He's got some interesting takes on it. You'd have to check him out. He's a good writer.
Hmm. I mean, I bet you he doesn't have frostbiters or anything like that. Come on. I never knew there were so many zombies until I read Ragnarok. My God.
The ones I got the most comment on were the stalkers.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you
Okay,
guys are,
You've
I haven't
gotta-
read Ragnarok yet, so I have to get on with that. That's next. I have to finish this California vacation first, and then I think I'm gonna end up having to buy a Kindle with the amount of books you have.
Unbelievable. But
Well, Todd Hunter wants to know what the next book that's coming out. Roger,
Yeah.
would you like to give him a little sample of the book that's going to come out?
Sure, why not?
I
Ladies
know,
and
I know you like reading it.
gentlemen. DA, please, don't twist my arm.
Okay. All right.
Don't be rude, dude. We're live. We're on air. You sadistic man, you.
that's the next
All right.
one coming out, The Nightmare Hunter.
Book
Uncanny.
1, Uncanny Valley, yes.
Mm.
Forgive me, I am pulling up the information right now. DA's already sent it to me previously. But since all of us are doing video here, it's a little slower than normal. So I'm going over to it right now. And it's good. Here we go. I do apologize. DA and I spent a lot of messages. You awake? You awake? So funny. We go back and forth doing a lot of those.
Yeah.
Oh, your tocayo said It's good practice for the audiobook.
Look, I do want to do it. Yes, I really do. Ugh. Yeah, I'm actually trying to go back up to where it is, and I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. There's actually two of them that he sent me, so I'm opening this one up right now. I apologize, folks, but here we go. The Wastelands of Ragnarok Reawakening did sound good. Come on, come over here, wench. Okay, here we go. Let me make it a little bit bigger because I'm an old man.
Have you read the Wasteland sample I sent you?
Oh, wait, I got so many pages now. Okay, here we go. Sorry, folks. All right, let's go ahead and begin. The Nightmare Hunter, Uncanny Valley. I promised I'd show up with a haircut, a new hat, and a pressed suit, but I lie a lot. Carl Kolchak, the Night Stalker. 11:45 p.m., May 23rd. Oh, that was yesterday. Emergency room, Banner Payson Medical Center, Rumsey Park, Arizona. They say you should never poke a bear with a stick, said Roger, talking into his digital recorder. But sometimes all you have is a stick, and it wasn't a goddamn bear. The last part was shouted for emphasis at the two Gila County deputies who were standing nearby. He hit pause on the recorder and did his best to give them both the evil eye. For their part, the deputies exchanged a quick glance, then resumed ignoring him. Roger was disheveled, his clothing mostly torn and dirty, although the straw raffia hat with the black and red band was largely intact. He took consolation in the fact that the hat had survived the encounter and he hadn't been wearing his favorite t-shirt. Glaring death at the deputies and muttering incurable curses in Spanish, he brushed some of the dirt off his face and then slapped the hat against his knee, sending dirt into the air. Several people in the waiting room looked angrily at him but said nothing. Clearly, this crazy man was having a bad day, and they didn't want to be on the receiving end of his ire. Returning to his digital recorder, he took a deep breath and slowly released it. He tried to focus his thoughts before continuing. What was he going to say? How would he explain that all the footage he captured was gone? Would the public believe his wild story? Well, he decided that he was going to find out. Pressing record, he continued. The last 48 hours have been utter hell. What began as a simple trip to talk to a witness of a Bigfoot encounter would turn into something I wasn't prepared for. Something that would make me earn the name, the Nightmare Hunter. Reaching down, he picked up his bottle of water and he took a long drink. He hit pause again, willing himself to shake off the fact that his video evidence was gone. He was alive and he would tell his story. No one could stop him from doing that. The following chain of events will shake you to your core. I have seen things in this world that are impossible to explain, but nothing prepared me for the events of the last 2 days. Clearing his throat, he took another drink of water. This time he didn't pause. He knew the effect would be dramatic when he played this on his show, The Nightmare Hunter with Roger Noriega. And there it is. How was that, DA?
Sounded good.
All right.
Sounded great to me.
Had you not heard that before, Dreem?
Oh, I did. It still sounds amazing.
Well, thank you,
I can't
sir.
wait to read the book.
Pam wants to know how many audiobooks I have besides Lakeview Man. Lakeview Man and Book 1 of Ragnarok are both already released. Book 2 of Ragnarok is in production. Apex Predator 1 and 2 are in production. And I'm going to be talking to a guy Wednesday about possibly taking the Codename Wild Hunt series.
Wait a minute. What was that?
The
Wild Hunt?
Yeah, taking the audio for Wild Hunt.
Oh.
I've got a narrator for Apex Predator. I've got a narrator for the Ragnarok series, and the guy that's doing Apex is probably also going to do the Lakeview Man's. Lakeview Man 1 is already out. And I've got an interview on Dixie Cryptids on Wednesday. And Cam Buckner, the guy that runs Dixie Cryptids, it's a YouTube channel with over 100,000 subscribers. I'm going to talk to him about narrating the Codename Wild Hunt. He's got a deep South drawl, and he'll be perfect for General Dalton.
Todd Hunter says, I spent 28 years in Arizona and a lot of time in Gila County. There are some strange things out there.
I was counting on that fact. A lot of reports coming out of the Mogollon Rim. Not all of them friendly.
What part of Arizona is that?
Mogollon Rim. It's heading north on the 17, and it's before Flagstaff. So if you can think of it as a triangle, Phoenix in the southwest, Flagstaff in the northwest, and the final pointed end of the triangle is the Mogollon Rim, which is south of the meteor crater where I was out. So
man, it's a good thing that meteor hit where it did. You look at that crater; it just barely missed that visitor center.
Stupid.
That's impressive, D.
Well, Todd was asking about what the next book to come out with. He may not have seen this.
Uncanny Valley, baby.
That is the plan. Operation Blood Eagle is already out. Nightmare Hunter Uncanny Valley is what I'm working on now. Next is Man's Marauders, a new addition to the sci-fi series, followed by Lakeview Man Beast of Blunk Road. Book 5 of Apex Predators following on that. It's the title is Dark Moon. Book 4 of Codename Wild Hunt will be next, Death and Dyatlov Pass. Then the second book of Nightmare Hunter, Curse of the Rougarou. Second book of Man's Marauders. And then probably a solo Gideon project. And if I end up doing the Patreon channel that we were discussing the other day, probably what I will do is do a serialized series of stories on the Patreon channel just for subscribers. That would be what happened to Clark and a lot of Gideon's backstory.
That would be awesome, man.
Folks, if I may, I'm gonna
You're muted.
Oh, man. Sorry. Here it is.
Still muted.
There.
There it is. There's Central Arizona. Check it out. Here's Flagstaff, as I mentioned, up here. And then you have Phoenix here. The Mogollon Rim, and you can see it on the satellite imagery. This is the Mogollon Rim, all this area right here. So that's why
That
I said
is
it's
some
kind of like
very
a
rugged terrain.
Yes.
Where's the University of Arizona on that map?
Oh, it's down here somewhere.
I think it's
Oh,
in
sweet.
Phoenix.
So I'm far enough away from that. Perfect.
Oh yeah, look. It's Phoenix. Well, look. Yeah, look. You have Flagstaff, you have Phoenix, and then over here to the east. This is the Mogollon Rim, and here's the crater, which you can check it out. You can see it from space, man. Check it out. There's the crater right there.
Look at that.
And what is so cool is I myself have been there. I was there December 3rd. And yes, DA, it just missed the crater.
Just barely missed it.
Roger Peacock. I was wrong when I said it was 30,000 years ago, but it was really about 50,000 years ago when it hit. It's one of the youngest craters known to man. There are possibly others in the ocean, but this is the youngest one that we know of. So yeah, it's a running. There's Sedona for those of you that know, and again Flagstaff. But anyway, it's really cool right there in that part of town.
Yeah, that's pretty intense, man. I mean, we're moving into Arizona in a couple years, and that's definitely intriguing. So I mean, Gila County might have to be on the checkout list.
Did you guys catch my most recent promo post for the Apex Predator series? in that post, I actually put a snippet from what I've been doing with Dark Moon already. So there's a little advanced glimpse of Dark Moon in that new promo.
I can't believe you're writing all of this simultaneously.
I've got so many stories going in my head. I've got to, at the very least, make notes, and I do that constantly. I've got these files for those books that I brought up on the image. I've already got the files created in my computer and on my cloud, and I keep a document file open. And as ideas occur to me, I will go in and delineate those notes. So when I'm actually committed to writing on it, I've already got all my notes laid out. At the very least, make notes, and I do that constantly for. I've got these files for those books. How am I hearing myself talk?
With that much of a delay.
Weird.
Wait a minute. Did you hear yourself right now?
Yeah, I was hearing it a
Yeah,
second
we all
ago.
did. It was like a huge delay,
Yeah.
and it still came through. So I don't know what that was. Maybe it was the government fixing their bug. That would be an interesting take on the story too. Just throwing that out there.
Glitch in the Matrix.
No, like there was some government listeners on the Nightmare Hunter show, and they accidentally got found out because of some horrible lag that bled through.
If there's a group at the NSA that's listening to us, they probably draw straws to see who gets stuck doing it.
Oh,
And if
that's
you're out
great.
there from the NSA listening to us, I apologize.
I'm not.
And if you're coming by my house tomorrow morning, at least do it like 11 o'clock, please.
Yeah, I don't get up early.
I'd like to have my breakfast first. Yeah.
Oh man, that's hilarious. They're gonna show up at the Nightmare Hunter's house. They're gonna come in seeing some very scary things.
Yeah.
Hey, Roger,
Sir?
would you like to read that snippet from Dark Moon? I like your narrating style.
Oh well, fine.
Which did you send it to me right now?
Just send it.
Oh. Okay, it came over to this. Whoops. Let me bring it over here. Oh, this snippet that you just sent me, right?
Yep.
Crouching beside the deep impression of soft soil, Wool Gray Eagle examined the print. Mika stood over him, his rifle at the ready. Five toes ended with claws at the tips, and the depth of the print indicated an animal that weighed over 1,000 pounds. There was a pungent odor lingering in the air as his heightened senses took in every detail. This wasn't the scent of the oolong doglala. This was different. Musky and strong with a lingering hint of rotten meat and urine. What is it? Asked Mika, dreading the answer. Gugwe, replied Grey Eagle. Looks like a big one. Just a one? Asked Mika, glancing around nervously. No, replied Grey Eagle. From the other impressions, I'd say we're tracking an entire clan. We need to get the hell out of here, said Mika, keeping his voice low. Without the others, we're no match for an entire clan. What choice do we have? Asked Grey Eagle. If they get there first, all is lost. We have to risk it. Hoka-A, muttered Mika.
The phrase "hoka-hey" was actually attributed to Sitting Bull, supposedly uttered right before the Battle of Greasy Grass, which we call Little Bighorn. Hoka-hey means it's a good day to die.
I had not read that one before. Did I get it right, more or less?
Yeah, sounded good, man.
All right.
Damn.
You like it?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Yeah. You can say I like it. That's an understatement right there.
Building up to something big. Really.
I'm
Yes.
waiting.
Yes, I am.
I'm waiting for that hoka fucking hey right there. Jesus, man, that's nasty. A whole clan of Googway.
Yeah, Micah. We've already learned from Hunter's Moon that Micah has a history with them, and he doesn't like them
Mm-mm. Not at all.
for good reason.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm still ahead of Roger.
So, DA, that book, the last book that he read from, that's part of the Lakeview Man series?
No, that'll be the next
Apex
Apex
Predator.
Predator. Apex Predator Dark Moon.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's actually going to take place in the LBL area.
Mm-hmm. That should be fun. Well, you'll probably have that finished before we go there.
I'm going to do my best.
You mentioned, DA, in one of the prior episodes that you actually have several you have several pans cooking at once.
Oh, always.
And you talked about that. Would you share that with the audience?
I have multiple projects going at any given time. I might be writing at the same time. I might be writing as much as 3 projects, researching 2 or 3 others, and then I'll have one as soon as I get one that goes to edits. I start the next project. So it's a constantly rotating process. As soon as one clears edits and goes into layouts and cover, hopefully I've got the next one on its heels ready to follow in its track. So I've got multiple projects running at the same time, and I have a schedule of how I want to release because the stories are connected. So I wouldn't want to jump the gun and release Dark Moon before, well, I'll bring it back up. I wouldn't want to jump the gun and release Dark Moon before Beast of Blunk Road because they connect. And what happens in Nightmare Hunter will directly affect the rest of the series because these series all connect.
Well, son of a... Oh.
And for those of you who have already read Blood
Eagle?
Blood Eagle, you might see elements of Team Orion making another appearance.
That would be awesome.
I've also got research I've started for a Codename Wild Hunt book, but it's not going to be about Team Odin. It's going to be about Team Anunkasan out of Alaska when they go into Port Chatham. And it's going to be a story told in 2 timelines at the same time. It's going to be told in the modern timeline. There'll be the chapter, maybe 2, of Team Anunkasan going into the Port Chatham area to look for people. They're going to look for a group of people that went missing. And it's going to constantly fade back as they refer to the last mission that went in there, which went in the 1950s, right after the town was closed, led by Jay Matoska. And Gideon will be there as well.
Yeah.
Dude, you have put so much thought into all these characters, and I mean, we've seen comments all over the place. Todd Hunter, Gideon is so intriguing. I'm not the only one who thinks so. I love how you connect them all together. Really looking forward to it. That sounds pretty cool. Can't wait. Like, everybody's loving your stuff, and I can't stress that enough. How much I personally have enjoyed every single one of the books that I've read. I haven't gotten into Ragnarok yet, just because I haven't had the timing hasn't worked out for me. Because I was leaving town. I'm not gonna order and carry a case of books with me on vacation. I wish I could, but timing doesn't always work out that way. But when I go back home, I already told the wife, I have to look into getting a Kindle because, there's just so many freaking books and so much content coming out and already out that there's so much, and I'm excited about it, man.
Well, I don't know if you noticed the second book of Nightmare Hunter here, book 2, Nightmare Hunter, Curse of the Rougarou. It seems the nightmare hunter in California gets a desperate call from a relative in Louisiana who's being stalked by one.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you might know him. You might have heard of him. He owns a restaurant in Hammond. You may have heard of him.
Dream, make
Yes.
sure not to smoke, brother. That's the price.
Oh my
You
god.
smoke, you get eaten.
Oh man, I have got my little vape thing going on, so that's about it.
And I don't know if you could read it at the bottom. On my screen, it kind of cuts it off. Let me put that back up there. Let me take the banner off real quick and let you see if you can read the bottom one.
The Nightmare Hunter Woman in White.
Woman in white.
Which is the English equivalent of
La
La
Llorona.
La
Llorona.
Llorona.
This one's going to take him somewhere a little different. This one, Woman in White, won't be in Arizona or New Mexico or Texas. I'm thinking
Or
Ecuador.
Louisiana.
Ooh.
Ecuador. That's funny. Did I tell you that I was looking to, in my retirement years, maybe going to Ecuador? What that dude? Are you stalking my history?
Don't check your browser history.
Oh no, not that. It's the stuff that I've said about where
I pay
would
attention to the stuff you talk about.
Oh, he is a writer.
Yeah, he is.
I constantly think of details.
And the funny thing is, I rented a Jeep Liberty once.
Well, in LBL,
How many times have you fired a flare gun?
I'm not prepared to answer that question right now.
well, in Apex Predator Dark Moon, in the LBL area, I've already decided that the Hota Metaneo with Will Grey Eagle in tow are going to run into a group from the NADP.
Yay.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
Might they run into someone named Valente?
A suave Italian leader taking a team in looking for dogmen.
Okay, but yeah, that's cool. But how about Nick? Just messing with you, Nick. I mean, if there was ever a shot, it had to be that one, my brother. I'm sorry.
And there's a large bottle of 20-year-old Bushmills.
Woohoo!
If Nick, this so-called NADP guy, gets a girlfriend while he's in the book,
Oh,
Well, he does write fiction, so.
I know, it's Dream, right? Dream.
Okay, but it might be Margolin.
Oh no! Valkyrie, please.
Oh man.
Oh
you
God.
see, this is why I have to tread carefully with DA. I'm stunned what I've received, and I just like. Did you notice early in the program when I said, "Oh, you're pissed off, aren't you?" I was like, I can't piss DA off. No way.
Well, Nick, it's the wrong team that'll be in that one. It's going to be the Native American group, so you won't run into Valkyrie yet.
Oh man.
No, he's gonna end up
One
with
of these
the
days.
80-year-old medicine woman.
Hey, DA, does Roger back home have a runner at the news bureau where he's at?
Sure, absolutely.
Just curious. All right, fair enough. We were joking around, folks, one day. Of course, I suggested an idea to DA, and he kind of liked it, but I don't think it's going to happen. But there is a funny scene if it ever does happen in the future, and it's a real connection with my choices in life. I don't know if he's ever going to get around to it. I probably will, but I thought it was damn funny, and it was pretty good.
Well, you can elaborate if you want.
Okay. Allegedly, then I appreciate that, DA. There's a moment where in the book, I'm like all messed up, sitting on a curb, and to the effect of, what the hell has been going on? What is happening to me? I mean, why do I have to go through this? Why the hell couldn't I have just a normal job like a tax preparer or something like that? Why the hell did I do taxes for a living instead of a newspaper reporter or a reporter? And It's kind of funny. We'll see. But folks, I will. DA probably won't allow me to say this, so screw it. There's no face that he can tell me, but all the universes are connected,
Hmm.
and I've told DA I ran across a direct connection to the Ragnarok Rising, and I pointed it out to him in one of the recent books, and he said yes. So there is a warm connection
There's going to be a much bigger
to the
connection
Ragnarok
in
Rising.
Death and Dyatlov Pass.
Okay.
There will be a much bigger connection.
Oh my God!
So, Dreem, you didn't catch it because you have not read the Ragnarok Rising series.
Not yet. It's coming.
Yeah. See, all of us have. The only thing that I still have those 10 books and the Marauder series. So when you say that you're ahead of me, yeah, okay, sure, pal.
Well, you said those didn't count, so I'm just taking your words.
I
You said
said they didn't count.
Yeah, you said they didn't count when we were counting because I started where I started in order.
Well, I did mention to you that
So
if
you're
you wanted
taking
to
it back.
yeah, sure, revisionist history, pal.
Hey,
All right. We'll knock those out.
This is
and
from
get
the
back
new.
to me.
This is from the new book.
Here we go.
It's just a couple of sentences. Well, it's a brief conversation, and I'll give this away as a freebie for everybody that's listening. I hope you enjoy this little snippet.
We still have quite a few people listening.
Oh yeah, I know. It's just a couple paragraphs and a little bit of conversation. Activating the system, he slid over to where the antenna had a direct line of sight through the opening in the cave. He doubted that the rocks would stop the signal, but he wanted to be certain. Activating the encryption protocols, he waited for the entire system to sync with the satellite. When the lights flickered, indicating he had a clear channel, he smiled. Time to call the team. Sentinel to Olympus, he said, activating the radio. Do you copy? This is Olympus, came the reply. Please verify your identity, over. Alpha 179, began Sentinel. Tango, Quebec, 682. Aegis, over. Identity confirmed, said Olympus. Report your situation, over. Broken arrow, said Sentinel. Say again, we have a broken arrow. What's your status, over, asked the female calmly. 2 missing civilians and I'm down, replied Sentinel, requesting additional resources for recovery operations, over. Stand by, Sentinel. Olympus Actual is on their way.
Two words that I never thought would terrify me as much as they did is broken arrow.
And this has nothing to do with the movie that was some years ago, Broken Arrow.
Right.
Who is that? Travolta? Was he?
Yeah.
In it?
Revolta.
John Travolta?
Revolta. Yeah.
That is a fresh piece from the current project.
Wow. So right now, how many active projects do you have?
Active?
You have more than a paragraph, yes.
Well, I have more than a paragraph. Oh, geez. If it's more than a paragraph.
You have, what, 7?
At least 7, maybe as many as 12. Stuff I've started and shelved to go back to later. Including about 400 pages of a fantasy novel I haven't released.
Ooh. Would you like to give any little synopsis on that?
As like Harry Potter or
no,
Run?
No, more along the lines of Lord of the Rings.
I'm in. God damn it! Take my money.
It's more along the right line of Lord of the Rings. Basically, the premise is a group of people that have known each other for many years are drawn back together to try to stop a guy from capturing an artifact to bring about the end of the world.
Great.
Fuck it, take my money. I'm in. I'm down. I love it already. That's all I need. Sign me up, Scotty.
Let me check the file real quick.
As a matter of fact, I do want to put an announcement out there, folks. There are certain accounts that we have that we're transmitting to that, due to privacy settings, all of your comments do not show up right here in our chat room, such as my personal profile. That's why I never send an episode to it, but that's okay. Thanks, DA. And I know that if there are any comments there, they will not show up in our stream. So we do apologize, and if we can get to them, we will get to them. So, sorry.
Roger Peacock says, I love your books, man. I'm drooling over here. Is the fantasy series going to take place in the DA verse?
Oh, yes.
I'm going to have to do some serious thinking on how it's going to, but at some point, yes. I do have to explain what happened to the hunt when Ragnarok happened, so.
So is this pre-Ragnarok or post-Ragnarok, are you thinking?
Probably post.
I like it. I haven't read Ragnarok yet, but I have an idea of what it's about, and that could definitely work.
I could give you guys a couple of paragraphs of that if you'd like to hear it.
Ooh.
Come on, bring it.
Chapter 1, Reunion. The steady hiss of the downpour of rain nearly drowned out the slow, rhythmic hoofbeats of the huge black warhorse. It was a cold rain, late in the fall of the year with the first hint of winter approaching. The rider, cloaked and hooded in a fur-lined gray leather cloak, kept his head down in a futile attempt to avoid the worst of the rain. The great cloak completely shrouded the rider except for the black knee-length soft leather boots, and there was no spur upon his boot. No, not for this horse. For this particular horse, a spur would have been a deep insult. Despite the rain, the horse and rider moved with an easy, uniform grace, a grace which spoke of a deeper connection than simply horse and rider. They were warriors, brothers, together as kindred spirits, united in a same noble cause. The great black stallion had never been broken. He had never had a bit or bridle placed upon him, and never would so long as the man drew breath. A similar pledge had been made to the man by the horse. So long as he lived, no other horse would bear him into battle. They were comrades. They were brothers.
Fucking A.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm down.
Yeah,
I'm buying that book already. Shit.
I need some pronunciations from you.
Shoot.
I'm on book 10, Ragnarok.
Uh-huh.
50% of the way.
Hold on.
No, I'm not going to give up anything. Don't worry.
He's just asking for pronunciations for words, man. You're good.
Okay, he's waiting.
Okay.
The Frost Giants, their group is called what?
The Hrimthursar.
It starts with an E, right? The Hrimthursar?
No, it starts with an H. The Frost Giants are the Hrimthursar.
Hrimthursar, okay. The Fire
You're thinking of the Einherjar. That's Wiley and the other warriors like him.
Okay, Einherjar. Now the Fire Giants.
They're called the Eldjotunar.
Eldjotunar.
The oldest of the Jotuns.
Okay, got it. Okay, wait a minute, him.
Come on back.
We're good.
You can go.
All right. Are we clear of spoilers?
I'm nearing the end of the series, and it's like I'm going to be losing an old friend because they kept me company through a lot of things.
Well, that's the best part about books.
Oh.
You keep rereading them, and you catch different things. And you when you first started the series, you were a different person, and you've grown with these people, and you've grown with these friends. And when you go back and you reread them, you find extra little details that you missed before. Like I can't tell you how many times I've reread Lord of the Rings or, any freaking millions of books that I've owned. The Princess Bride, any book that you've fallen in love with and connected with characters, you are a different person every time you read it. And you will catch different details, different nuances. It will affect you in a completely different way. When I used to read books that swashbuckler hero type things, you connect with certain people, and when you read it again later, you're going back and you're seeing like different people's perspectives. You're seeing the point of views of different people and saying like, okay, well, I could see how that would happen. Like the first time I read Lord of the Rings, I was thinking how big of an ass Theoden was for not wanting to go help, not wanting to go help, in Two Towers. But when you go back and you look at it, as you get older as an adult, you're like, okay, well, there is politics involved. Gondor didn't help, time and time again when they could have, and why would you put your people at risk, to go help something that's happening, if they don't need to be put at risk, and weighing these things in your mind as a leader, like different stuff affects you differently the older you get and the more you read and reread a series. So that's why I enjoy purchasing DA's books, is because I'm not just going to enjoy them once and put them down. This is going to be enjoyment over and over and over again. So thank you, DA.
Thank you, man. That's awesome. Thank you.
And you find extra little details that you missed before. Oh Lord, there's the echo again. Like I can't tell you how many times I've reread Lord of the.
How does that happen? That's the second time it's happened.
It might be your camera or something. Is
My
your camera?
My camera's off.
Yeah, but you're using like your computer's audio.
Yeah, but I'm not replaying the audio file. I don't have a Facebook even open, so it sounds like it's like starting to play on somebody's Facebook, like watching the video.
Interesting.
It's weird.
Very interesting. Hey, hold on. I have to put this comment up.
Uh-oh.
I finally got somebody to agree with me about something.
Oh, they've been agreeing with you all night. You just don't know it.
Well, earlier, one other time, I read a sample of the new Wastelands of Ragnarok, the second series.
Yep.
I read the introduction to that, which is basically just setting it up. It's not the meat and bones of the story. If you guys would like, I can do a couple paragraphs of that as well.
Go ahead, do it.
Which book is this?
Wastelands of Ragnarok. It takes place after Ragnarok.
Okay.
And well, Nick and Roger might make a recognition, but Dreem, since you haven't read them, it might not resonate quite so much for you. This is from the prelude of Wastelands of Ragnarok. My first memory is of waking up face down in the mud on the shore of some lake whose name I may never know. I was naked and covered with soot from some sort of fire. The sun was low in the sky, and I instinctively knew it was early morning. My hair hung limply down around my face and piled onto the ground beneath me. It was long and unkempt, as if it hadn't been cut for many years. My beard was also long and untrimmed, with thick, wiry hairs that fell to my chest. Despite the slimy mud that clung to me, I could see my hair was as white as the snow. My vision also seemed weirdly off, probably from the murky water that was running down my face. Lifting my muddy fingers to my face, I discovered that I was missing my left eye. Despite that, my vision cleared and seemed natural to me. It occurred to me that the eye must have been missing for quite some time, because I was already adjusted to the loss. It felt as natural to me as the dawn. I got shakily to my feet and looked down at my nude body. My entire body was riddled with scars that had long since healed. There were jagged scars that had to be from shrapnel, long lines of scar tissue that had been from healed cuts or slashes, but the most perplexing were the puckered round scars that I knew had to be from bullets. Clearly, I had lived an exceedingly violent life, but I couldn't remember any of it. How I knew what could have caused these wounds is beyond me, but I just knew.
Oh yeah, we know who that is.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm sure it's obvious to you guys. I mean, I have a guess, but I mean, I don't even know if I would have know this character yet.
No, if you haven't read Ragnarok, you don't know the character.
Oh yeah. So any guess from me would be moot.
Well, go ahead. Try one guess. You implied it.
Well, it's obviously not because I haven't met the character yet.
Well, the white hair, you probably thought it was Jay Matoska. But no, it's not Jay.
Yeah, definitely not.
Jay does show up in the
No,
Ragnarok
it's not.
books, though.
Really?
Yes, he does.
Oh shit.
Yes, he does.
Well, if Jay shows up, I'm pretty sure Gideon would show up.
He does not make an appearance.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Hmm. That's
Well,
weird.
That we
That
know.
was a surprise. That was a surprise, though.
Yeah, that we know of, folks. Because DA just admitted to us within the last 2 months that there was an Easter egg on one of the books that no one ever caught. And the Easter egg was on the Nathaniel County symbol, right, DA?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was, we created a Latin motto for the county crest of Nathaniel County. And we wanted something that was funny, but at the same time, if somebody looked it up, it would have a connection to the books. And it's Velociter amat curum, can you outrun your neighbor?
And it's embarrassing that no one caught it.
It was funny. I mean, when the artist and I came up with it, we were cracking up. I'm like, man, I can't wait for somebody to find this. And yeah, I was a little disappointed that nobody ever did.
Damn. And when did this come out?
Oh, it's from the first book, right, DA?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, back in 2018, right?
No, 2012.
2012 is when the original series debuted.
Oh, the first Ragnarok came out?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and he finally admitted it a few weeks ago. And he didn't like it. I'm like, man, I know what he's talking about. But, just didn't even see it.
Well, not everybody did. It's all right.
No.
Yeah,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say very quickly, it is May 24, 2021. We're approaching 11 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, I had that wrong. Sorry.
Oh, there it is.
Velociter currit vincidi potest. Can you outrun your neighbor?
With Mercury down there. Look at that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
For the 10th anniversary, those chapter heading pictures will be back.
I was going to say, I'm receiving on a DA on a daily basis. And this not one day has gone by. People are saying to me, when is the next book going to come out by D.A. Roberts? Like I have some sort of an in. And I'm saying, I'm waiting just like you are, but I'm going to tell you right now, he's got a bunch of them in the makings.
Yeah, I've got enough to keep me busy for quite some time.
I told them that. I told them. And they're all like, especially Duffy. She's chomping at the bits.
Duffy's awesome.
God.
We all are excited and waiting for these books to come out, but I will not sacrifice quality for anything else.
That is definitely not my plan. And I want the books to not become formulaic. Like a lot of long-running series,
Right.
it follows the same pattern. This happens, then this happens, then bad guy shows up, and I don't want to follow that formula. I try to make my books unique each time.
Well, you know why they run that way? And I found this out. I mean, I'm sorry to the guy if I'm offending him, but Patterson, he has ghostwriters writing his books because they follow a formula about how to write the book. Now, once that happens, we're going to know, and it's going to be like, well, he didn't write the book. Somebody else wrote it for him. I mean, Clancy started to do that in his later years.
Yeah.
Other people write for him and everything. I mean, he had some really good writers doing it, but, still, it wasn't his style. And I think that's what we're all looking for.
I don't plan on ever doing that. Although I think it would be very cool if other writers wanted to play in my sandbox. But I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, Roger, I guess he's got a good idea there.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Everything he's working on has been a good idea.
It's been a hell of a lot of work, and not just by me. I mean, I've had a tremendous support network that has enabled me to do this, and it's amazing to me that I've had so many people stand behind me. You know, Roger offering help in so many ways. Uh, I mean, my family, everything they've done. I mean, it has never ever been just me, and it's not about just me. The stories are what it's about. It's the stories we share. Because if you guys weren't out there reading the stories, there'd be no point in writing them. So you're every bit as much a part of this journey as I am, and sometimes I'm as astounded as everybody else at where it goes. And I'm thrilled to death and honored and deeply humbled that all of you have chosen to take this journey with me. And it's an amazing ride, and we're not done yet. We've got places to go.
And I'm sure I can speak for all three of us here that it's our pleasure. Absolutely our pleasure.
Hey, Nick, you are not speaking for me. It is my pleasure, DM.
Wow, Nick.
I was going to see if he could read sideways, but
Yeah. I'm sorry, Nick. First I took a shot at you, and now Dreem took a shot at you. Sorry,
yes,
pal.
but we all know he's a much more accurate shot, so we'll leave it alone.
Oh, you see, your shots are accurate. We just take the cheap shots. That's funny.
I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
Don't get rude.
Oh, no.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right around here. Thank you.
Well, he came from Louisiana. Why couldn't one of those?
Don't tell me they followed him here. Don't play that game. Don't do that.
I don't know.
well, there has been stories.
I recently learned from I have a friend that I used to work with who's Navajo, and I met with his family, and I'm going to probably do a show about it very soon. But I've got guests lined up in the near future. But when I do have a free night to do just to talk about, I want to talk about a lot of the things we discussed, and I didn't know that a skinwalker, not only can it go anywhere, but sometimes they attach themselves to a person or a family, and it doesn't matter where they go, it'll follow them. But I also learned ways to combat them and keep them away from your home too. So we'll talk about that at another point, as that's a long conversation and I want to save it.
Wow.
Well, what I've learned in interviews with people, Native Americans that would talk to me, and just regular people,
Mm-hmm.
that if you kill one, a Sasquatch dogman, for instance, or you bring injury, they will hunt you down over thousands of miles and they will find you.
Yeah, be prepared to fight the clan if you kill one.
Or I was going to say, or their clan, they will come and find you. That's a no-no. That's why I tell people, you want to go out there and research, well, do the research, but, don't be out there with the intent of killing one.
Well, there was an account in Alaska of a person being killed by a Sasquatch after he had shot at one. He was sleeping on his boat moored in the middle of a bay, and apparently it swam out there, killed his dog, and dismembered him on his boat.
Damn.
You're not safe even in the middle of the bay. Maybe from zombies, well, certain types of zombies, but,
Well, if you've read Operation Blood Eagle, the Vicer High would not be very fond of you in the water.
Mm-mm.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah,
Well,
no,
gentlemen,
what's
Go
that?
I was going to say, well, gentlemen, shall we call it a night?
It is getting kind of late.
Yeah, it's
you
about
gentlemen
1
just-
o'clock for you guys.
Yeah, well, 2 for him.
Oh, yeah.
Nick's on the
Oh,
East
you're
Coast.
East Coast, yeah. Man, thank you for staying up so long with us, man.
I'm kind of used to this stuff, though.
Yeah,
You at work, different times of the night and everything. We're flying around up there for hours on end, so can't go to sleep.
Well, in theory, knock on wood, my new camera is supposed to arrive today. That's exactly what I did. Dreem tapped on my forehead. I didn't think you heard it, but I did that and like not.
Oh, there you go.
Heard that
But
one.
in theory, it's supposed to arrive today. I'll get that installed before the next show, and hopefully that solves all my video issues. I'm going to try by this weekend, if at all possible, to possibly double the size of what I've gotten done in Nightmare Hunter, and that'll push it up to about 30,000 words. And that's the plan anyway. I'd like to reach 30,000 words by the weekend. And if I can do that, I'll be within spitting distance of knocking the rest of it out a week after that. So I might finish it right after my birthday. Keep my fingers crossed.
Which is coming up next
Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday. Because we're going to celebrate it Monday night for Tuesday morning.
When I get my second COVID shot tomorrow at 5, or later today at 5. So hopefully I don't have a bad reaction.
Pam, good night. Thank you. I will definitely enjoy my vacation. Todd, good night. Thank you so much for joining us. And to Roger Peacock as well. Thank you for joining us, and everybody that was taking this journey with us. It's been real, man. I appreciate all you guys listening. And DA, Nick, thank you for being out this late hour. But DA, you got a couple more hours before you can go to sleep. I know you got some writing to do.
Yes, I do.
Get to it, damn it.
I'm going to try to perform the art of being a wordsmith.
You are already forged in the fires of some campsite. I don't know.
Actually, I was going to say in the dam of the Ozarks.
There you go.
You got to read it. You got to read it to find out. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. That's Nick. That's DA. That's Dreem. I'm the Nightmare Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for joining us both today and tomorrow. It is the same thing for us, at least for them and for us. But thank you for joining us. We're going to be on again next week. Stay tuned for DA Ex Machina this Saturday. All Tower Media will be on Sunday. And next week, we're going to have a celebration on Memorial Day. We're going to be continuing with Cryptids and celebrating DA's birthday, which is the day after. So, that's Nick. That's DA. That's Dreem. I'm the Nightmare Hunter. Folks, thank you. Peace and good hunting.
Good hunting.